Okay. Does everybody have coffee? Does anybody need to use the restroom or anything before we get started? Right. Well, thank you so much for being here for the NFPA 1010 driver task force. We're going to be basically comparing the 1002 and new NFPA 1010 standard. And then just let Kayla start off with a brief introduction.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kayla Ballrat, the Fire Program Manager. Thank you all for being here. This is really helpful and also allows the fire service to be a part of the whole process. So it's really important that we have you all here today and really appreciate your time, especially those of you who came from several hours away, which is a lot of you. So thank you. And just kind of to echo what Brooke said, have to read a statement just to make sure that you all know that this is a public meeting and it is being recorded. So it's subject to public meeting law. Remember, always state your name for the record. So if you can, just say, Kayla Ballrat for the record, and then state what you're thinking. Deliberation of issues will only be conducted by the members of this task force. Sometimes we actually broadcast this via Teams or something like that, but we're not today. We just have one guest online. So this isn't being watched by the thousands of people that typically watch these things out there. Just kidding. So you don't really have to worry about people interjecting that aren't already on the task force. Everyone here is on the task force. But individuals who engage in disruptive behavior that impedes official business will be asked to stop being disruptive and could be asked to leave the meeting. So definitely mind your P's and Q's before we have to kick you out. And we've kind of already introduced ourselves. We're both with DPSST Fire Program, but for those of you who don't know each other, let's just go around the room and state your name and who you're with.
Kevin Smith, I'm with Ontario Partners. Brian Woodley, Marion County Fire District.
Gabe Wiggins, Westport Fire and Rescue.
Kurt Donaldson, Napa Fire.
Ryan Dickerson, Jackson County Fire District 3. Chris Howard, Medford Fire Department. Von Drop, Lowell Fire Department. Daniel Morford, Swartz Valley Fire District. Scott Loft, Wendell Fire. Adam Cole, Columbia Fire and Rescue.
And then we have one person online, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good
Daniel,
morning. Daniel Shaw, currently work for the state of Oregon OLCC, retired firefighter, Eldorado County Fire Plains Chief.
and then just before I kick it over to Brooke, who's going to kind of give a task force process overview and what happens after the meeting. She probably already told you, but we can't have snacks in here. So typically we have snacks provided. We can only have beverages with lids. So if you want coffee on a break, there is coffee down in the cafeteria. Help yourself. You don't have to put $1 in the little box. We've got it. It's on us. So you're welcome. And then we have lunch provided. It will just be in the cafeteria. So if this does go through lunch, grab a lunch card and just scan it on your way in. And then restrooms are just out the door and to the left at the end of this hallway. And I think that covers the official business. So,
Right.
You want to?
Yeah. Okay. Brooke Belly for the record. So we're just going to kind of go over the task force process and the reason why we do it. I know a lot of you here were here for the last meeting, so sorry, some of this will be repetitive. But we've gathered you here as content experts to review the NFPA 1010 standard and determine how that'll be implemented as related to the applications for certification and task books, and how these changes will be reflected in Oregon Administrative Rule. So after this meeting, myself and Kayla and Jennifer Howell, our rules coordinator, will take these changes to the Fire Policy Committee, and then they will make a determination to either approve or return those changes to you guys. If they approve them, then that will go to the board. It'll go to a public comment period. If there are no substantial negative comments received, then that'll go to the board. And then if the board approves, it'll go into effect shortly after the board meeting. So let's see. Once it goes into effect, we will update all of the applications and task books and guides on our website. And then all the firefighters who have an open 2017 edition of their any of the driver series task books will have a 1-year grace period from the effective date to close out that task book. Otherwise, they will need to either recomplete a brand new task book, or we also have accepted completing any additional tasks that the new task books may have with their old task book. So are there any questions about the basics of this process? Okay. If you think of any, feel free to stop me. I will be sharing some of this on the screen here as well. Yeah.
Question is, the timeline gonna be the same as the previous piggybacking when it goes through the OARs
So
approval from the firefighter one, because well, it's its own standalone.
yeah, it'll kind of it'll be its own standalone one. So part of this is that we have to have time to get everything from this meeting ready for the policy committee. We might be able to get this into the May meeting. I know that that sounds like a long time away, but I'm already preparing stuff for our May's meeting, and we haven't had our February meeting yet. So it just takes some time to get all of this stuff completed, and then, you know, depending on how many changes you guys might make, as well as our rules coordinator also does the legislative side of things. So I think she's just like a tiny bit busy, so I try to work with her schedule as well on that stuff. So if it doesn't go to the May policy committee, it would go into the August policy committee, and then public comment period and board meeting. So we're probably looking at fall, I would say, by the soonest for driver to be implemented, and summer for firefighter 1. Good question. Any other questions about that process? Okay. Get to the memo. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is nominate a chair and a vice chair. So if anybody wants to nominate someone else or themselves, I will open it up for you guys. And we'll just need a motion and a second for each level.
First, I would volunteer, Brian Woodley for the record, I volunteer to do the position.
Need a motion and a second for that.
I'll volunteer to for position.
All right, so I just need, let's start with Woodley for the chair. I just need a motion and a second for that.
I make a motion for Brian to be chair. I'll second it.
Okay, and then a motion and a second for Ryan to be
Make a
the,
motion for Brian.
thank you. Okay, so I have,
Of both of those, okay.
oh, sorry, yeah, I guess there's a vote, yes, so all in favor. It's a weird setup having all of my stuff all over the place, so sorry about that.
Just
Okay.
used to the boardroom.
Yeah.
Just throw it off.
Okay, so here's the chair walkthrough, and so Brian, you're kind of the backup, you don't really have to do much in this. Brian is incapacitated, but,
By the way, that's probably the fastest that's ever happened. We didn't have anyone awkwardly avoiding my anything like that, so great job.
and then Brian, it'll kind of just go back and forth, weirdly, formally between you and I for the rest of the meeting. And if you have any questions, or if it seems like I messed any of this stuff up, please just let me know. Okay, so then I'll turn it over to you and we'll start the number 1 at the middle of the page.
Oh, on your handout that you provided, which is actually step forward, but. Thank you.
I know. I know.
Brian Woodley for the record, thank the members of the task force for your nomination for the chair and vice chair nomination amendment. Looking over our objectives, we'll start off with step 4 in our manual where we look over the program for today. I'll turn it back over to Brooke here in a moment, who will give us an overview over the task force primary objectives for our review of the content for NFPA 1010. She'll outline that material for us as we move forward. Brooke, would you mind giving us an outline of those tasks within step 4, please?
Yeah, so I have step 4 also up on the screen if you want to follow along up there. So we for the last 20 plus years, DPSST and the fire service have moved away from Oregon specific standards, instead choosing to follow national standards from NFPA and NWCG. We do still have a few Oregon specific standards, but for the most part, we're following nationally recognized standards for safety, liability, and consistency purposes. This task force recommendation, DPSST's staff recommends keeping with this tradition and going to the 2024 edition of NFPA 1010, specifically chapters 4 and 11 through 17, which relate to general requirements for driver and apparatus. So with that, I did want to note just a couple of things. We've reviewed and summarized the changes in step 1. That just kind of gives a overview. A lot of this is summarized from the change tracker in your book, which is found on page 42 of your task force book. And then chapter 11 through 17 are the chapters that specifically relate to driver and operator levels of certification. And then with this change to 1010, all of the general requirements for all of the levels of certification within that standard are now in chapter 4. Looks like we didn't find any significant changes. There are a few additional JPRs related to preventative maintenance, communications, and driving for levels that didn't have those previously included. And then the rest of the changes were mostly grammatical and semantical. And lastly, the prerequisite levels of certification or requirements seem to have stayed the same from my review. But with that, I will return it back to the chair to lead the discussion of step 1 and then step 4.
Okay, thank you, Brooke. Brian Woodley for the record. For our task force participants, I'd like to go down through a lot of these elements, the books where you have made notes in your books for comment or discussion point items. I'll generally look to the task force for you folks if you have elements related to those as we go through each of these sections to find out what elements you might want to contribute to the task force discussion. I have a couple in here myself, but I generally want to look to the task force for those discussion points. Does anybody have any questions or needs, especially for maybe notes that they've taken in their books as far as things to highlight? Because in a lot of these sections, there's no changes. And so I want to kind of go through those relatively quickly, just checking to see if anybody has anything that maybe they picked up on that maybe other task force members did not. So real quick, does anybody have any special notes or anything like that going forward? Okay. Who is our gentleman that's online with us?
Daniel Shaw.
Daniel. So Daniel, while I can't see you or a hand raise or anything, please shout out if you have anything as we go forward. I don't want to miss any commentary that you might have to share with the group here at DPSST.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So getting into the first section,
Chapter 4 administration scope, there's very little to add or change going through that. So 4.1 and 4.2 administration and scope respectively. Any notations from any of the members of the task force? Okay, going forward, 4.2.7 apparatus driver operator, other than the enormous amounts of repeat language that you might see, the word shall seems to be quite frequently in a lot of our standards. So these are things that NFPA looks to us to implement going forward, or as maintaining consistency in training and knowledge and requisite skills. 4.2.7, generally, anybody? Okay, 4.3.7, fire apparatus driver operator, where it indicates the new changes for the chapters 11 through 17, specifying minimum JPRs. Any commentary from anybody from the task force in that particular section? I don't know if this is a change, but specifically for me, I just notated 4.4.1.1. The implementation of rules, regulations, policies, procedures, supplies, apparatus, equipment, and so forth. It's implied that those are the authority having jurisdiction. So I want to make sure everybody on the task force is aware that that is our individual fire districts and departments. But that is what we do our business by our SOPs, policies, training guidelines, and things of that nature. And NFPA looks to us to implement those finer details at our individual organizational levels. Anybody have any commentary or question regarding any of that? Okay, moving forward. Let's see, further down into that particular standard, there's a notation, meet requirements of traffic incident management for NFPA 1091 or an equivalent program is determined by the authority having jurisdiction. Specifically, that's under 4.4.1.10. Everybody found that in their particular section of the book there.
Pause. What, are you looking at the old standard?
This one here is in the new standard, 4.4.1.10. Further on down in the section of under 4.3.7 fire apparatus driver operated in chapter 4. Sure.
Not in the change stuff.
Yeah, this was something that did not get included.
The change tracker, it just lists.
Yeah.
Okay, for the whole thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody was on the same page.
Yep.
So these are all in our actual NFPA books. It looks like starting page 1010-9.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is an addition, I believe,
Okay.
from the 2017.
Yeah.
Everybody familiar with NFPA 1091 traffic incident management? Any questions regarding that? Commentary? Okay, so I did ask Brooke to share some information, pull some information for me a week or so ago regarding statistics. Currently, there's a few organizations that deliver that particular training. Oregon Department of Transportation Traffic Incident Management has a section there that is got one individual who travels the state delivering that particular curriculum. There's a 2-hour and a 4-hour course available that they deliver that particular content. They also do train the trainers. That'll be a new particular thing that they want our drivers trained to do is to that particular standard for traffic incident management 1091 or an equivalent program. So that would be something for discussion, or at least at your organizational levels. The information that Brooke shared with me, I'll just kind of pass this out. We only have a couple of copies, so take a look and pass it down. Brooke was able to share with me that we have about 11,500 active fire service personnel here in the state of Oregon. 5,700-ish don't have a driver certification currently, that may or may not be looking for a driver certification in the near future, as well as 5,790 do not, I'm sorry, 1,572 active that do not have a pumper operator. So they already have their driver, they might be looking for their pumper operator somewhere down the road, so that's about 27%. So there's a number of individuals who are somewhere between the beginning and pumper operator that might be looking to get a driver and or a pumper operator certification in the next few years, if they haven't already actually started, just haven't achieved their certification. That may be looking for an upgrade for their certification, which would require the traffic incident management.
Well, or whatever is approved by authority having jurisdiction.
Exactly, or the equivalent. So if you guys have an internal class that you put on that meets 1091, then you're good to go. If not, you can get a train to trainer from ODOT. There's also a few other places that also make it available online, so on and so forth. So that would be the only addition that I see in addition to what we already do for our drivers, perspective of driver training.
And that's actually underneath where anyone from firefighter on through all of the different disciplines are required to have that class.
Is that also required in the?
So that's under the
That's under 4, so everything.
4.4
Yep.
applies to all positions, chapters 5 through 17.
Okay.
So that'll be support person all the way through.
Okay.
But chapter 7, go all the way to 17 on this thing, all the way to
So 11 to 17.
all the airport staff, all the shipboard staff, all of it applies.
Okay, I didn't see that in the other NFPA standard because this is the one that I reviewed, so. All right. Anyway, some of that coursework is available online, some of it's available in person, et cetera, and so forth. Brooke, thank you for putting some of those numbers together.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Anybody else have anything relative to that? For anyone? If not, we'll continue moving forward. Let's see. All right, so then we're into 4.4.7, fire apparatus driver operator general requirements. Anybody have any notations in there that you wish to share with the task force respective of that? Not. 4.5, continuing education. There's a notation in here from NFPA. It's kind of a generally observed thing that we already currently do under our fire maintenance. It indicates individuals having these certifications shall remain current with the requisite knowledge, skills, individual JPRs, address or certification, position or qualification covered by this standard in order to maintain proficiency and competency as determined by the authority having jurisdiction. This might, Brooke, just for a note on the record, going forward, this might have some bearing on how our language looks in fire maintenance certification in the future. Not sure how that would reflect, because you'll have the NFPA standard where it indicates one. Then we have our fire maintenance that indicates another one. So they're looking at maintaining competency. And I think in a later section here, it starts to talk about annually versus semi-annually for maintenance. So might be some need for some language adjustments as we get further on down. All right. Anything else from the task force for chapter 4? Okay.
Got a question over here, Chris Howard for the record.
Go ahead.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page and keeping with you, following where you're going. Looking at the old book, there's not a 4.5. Is the star indicate, is that what you're following for the changes?
No, not necessarily. I usually kind of went back and forth and looked for titles and stuff like that, because I know the numbers are changing. So I didn't really rely on the numbers themselves.
Okay, so the star,
It would indicate that there's more information in one of the appendices. So let me look, or in the annex,
just so we
sorry.
can keep up with you, you're doing great, prepared. We just want to make sure we're on the same
Yeah.
page. There's two of us, and I see a few others flipping through books,
And
to
by all means,
make sure we're tracking.
members of the task, please shout out and let's take a pause and let's talk and make sure that we're all on the same page. Thank you for,
Sounds good. We're just trying to clarify and make sure we're on task with
And,
you.
and I did notice with respect to the annex that has been in the 2017 standard, there are elements that were moved out of the annex and placed in the standard. So there's going to be additions that were normally suggested or recommended in the annex that are now part of the standard, where they want us to shall do. So, hopefully I've got those identified and we can discuss those as we. And hopefully I didn't miss any, because I couldn't miss things,
We all do.
so, yeah. Okay,
Real quickly, for the record, to answer your question on coal fire, the 4.5. Right, yes, and then the asterisk on page 33. Annex A. So that is where it mentions an annual review. For 4.5 talks about, you talked about the same stuff we've already do in maintenance, but it does mention in that paragraph that it's annual as opposed to a.
step. Yeah. But again, the stuff in the annex is recommended or suggested, whereas the stuff in the standards, is stuff they want us to do for sure. And so as I kind of noticed, things kind of start working their way out of the annex and they start working their way into the standard. So hopefully you catch all of those and identify them.
Yeah, and just to, sorry, Brook Valley review for the record, just to note, so with 4.5, it does look like, yes, they shall remain current. That process looks like it's determined by the AHJ. And then it looks like it's just giving you kind of the suggestion in the actual annex. So I don't think that, from how I'm reading it, I don't think that anything on the state level would need to change. Especially if it's not saying that. It says the AHJ should consider establishing a path. It is recommended that they consider the following factors, which is the annual performance appraisals. But again, I think we can leave that at the AHJ, and if they wanted to have it be just under the maintenance, I think it's probably pretty rare that anybody is not driving for 2 years or, using these skills. But again, if that's the case, then we do have the process to lapse their certifications. Does that sound reasonable? Does it sound like I'm tracking this properly?
Well, when we look at the other, Brian Woodley, Chair for the record, as we get further into some of these other sections and we start drilling down into the gross language of shall and will and all that kind of stuff, it indicates to the individual authorities having jurisdiction that we as organizations, we need to evaluate our drivers on an annual basis. And while evaluate might be synonymous with task performance evaluation, which is what we commonly refer to it as far as maintenance recertification every other year or semi-annually. It seems as though NFPA is kind of asking us to step up our game when we do it annually, not necessarily semi-annually, which is what we've traditionally done for the last 20 or so years through task performance evaluation. So by virtue of doing the NFPA thing, we're automatically already testing and evaluating our personnel on an annual basis, or at least documenting that we evaluated our personnel on an annual basis, which is nearly synonymous with the past performance evaluation and fire maintenance certification period. Did I get that out okay? Did it sound?
Brian Dickerson, for the record. For annual performance appraisal, I think it's pretty wide open though, because not every department uses TPEs as a basis for that recertification measure, right? So, I think there's multiple ways that we can reach that level without an official TPE process. You can do it in-house, but it could be crew-based captain, performance appraisal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to meet that. That leaves it pretty wide open for interpretation.
Yeah, it's very broad, and Brian Lee, Chair for the record, but it also says in the previous section where it talked about the authority having jurisdiction shall designate individuals who will do these evaluations, et cetera, et cetera. So just like you're indicating, yeah, the crew company officer can do this as part of their annual stuff that they do on a regular basis already and make that part of their training record that Gip already reviewed driver training this year for these individuals, good to go for another year. But if that looks exactly like it has the same elements of what we already do for maintenance recertification, then it's already handled every year. So if that's done with every one of these certification levels going forward, then your maintenance recertification is a one and done. If that makes any sense. Everybody track okay? Anything in chapter 4 that anyone wants to go back to? Anything in chapter 4 at all? Okay. Chapter 11. I think this is new, but somebody correct me if I'm mistaken. Preventative maintenance, 11.2, the asterisk under braking system has reference to, the annex where it discusses air brake system checks for driver operators.
That isn't, for Dalton's record, that's not new. So if you go,
It's in the old one as well.
It's in the old one.
Okay.
So the NFPA link tells you when they've changed stuff. The only thing that, in 11 so far that I've seen changed is 11.1.
Right.
And 11.3, where they did grammatical changes.
Yeah, that's it.
0.3 grammatical.
Yeah, that's the only thing I have. As a discussion point for the annex for air brake inspections being a recommendation or a suggested thing going forward. I know a lot of our fire service apparatus have air brake systems. And generally speaking, like, for example, IFSTA, I think it's 3rd edition. I think they're on the 3rd edition right now under IFSTA. There's not a lot of detailed information on how these particular inspections or tests are performed. And so knowing that sometimes things work their way out of the annex in future editions, and they tend to work themselves into the actual standard itself going forward, do organizations have a method or a process or a system in place for training their driver operators on best practices for doing these particular tests and functions going forward? Even though it's in the annex, just kind of a point for discussion going forward. How does individual organizations manage that if they do it?
Hi, I'm Coleman Columbia. We go follow the DOT air brake, and we take all of our drivers to the DOT air brake test. And that's what we incorporate into our.
Okay, so DOT air brake check. And do you find that that information is adequate for your guys' particular apparatus and reliable?
Yeah, it's above and beyond that.
Okay, great. How much additional training do your operators need to undergo as far as being able to perform all that? An hour, half hour, 2 hours?
I think the average about an hour and a half when we get through and read the documentation and take the test.
Okay, great. All right, well, pretty successful at your organization up to now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have anything going through chapter 11? I know there's a number of little subsections, not a lot of changes, mostly all language. 11.3. Skill exercises. I know there's always concern about the size of the vehicle with respect to some of these particular exercises like arc vehicles, aerials, ladder trucks sometimes are a little wider in the hips, but getting through some of these cones, and there's notations also in the driver guide for certification that DPSST has available on how to make those adjustments. Everybody is still aware that those adjustments probably can still be made. Brooke, is there any?
The task book actually, when we get to the task book later, the task book actually specifies it even better.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, very good. Never mind, that kind of just took care of that.
It's also an annex there.
Is it? Yeah, that's where they usually have these recommendations, but I find a lot of times, like our ladder truck that we recently acquired, these measurements don't work very well.
They're also like, we gotta remember they're guidelines.
Yeah,
right? If you got a vehicle that's not, it's not gonna fit through the serpentine, you got a vehicle that's not gonna fit through the serpentine.
Yep.
It is what it is. Right? They're gonna have to make some adjustments.
All right, chapter 11, any go backs for anybody? All right, moving along to chapter 12, Fire apparatus driver, operator, pumper. Actually, I actually needed to go back. So the communications element that was in the 2017 standard for driver training, that was removed from driver operator altogether. And I forgot I had a note in here about organizations that had developed single role type positions or support positions where they don't actually go through a firefighter type academy, but maybe they do other support related type functions. So organizations going forward, as far as communications training perspective of radio equipment and things of that nature specific to their organizations, with that element being removed from the task books, going forward for other organizations that still have those types of positions requiring that kind of training, what's the thought or the need for continuing to maintain that at the organizational level?
So for also for the record, that should be in part of, in assuming that it goes through the new support firefighter function with 1010.
Right.
So that should not be an issue.
So for our organization, we have single role medics who do not attend that particular kind of a training.
That's your guys'.
Yeah, that's our level, so we would need to maintain, that's the example that I was kind of driving at. So our particular organization, we have single role medics, paramedics, EMTs, but that's their only job function. So they come and they get their driver certification and their hazmat awareness. And then through their first, 6 months or a year. So that communications training is specific to them that we take out of the firefighter, training curriculum and put them through that to meet the requirements of NFPA. So for folks that have those types of positions, we need to maintain that at our organizational level going forward if those job descriptions continue to require those types of skill sets, using the radio, using the mobile data terminal or the MDC or the tablets, things of that nature. So that would be just an impact to us specifically, not to the state of Oregon. So that's something we have. So a note for the Oregon Fire Service, for those that do have those types of positions, they may consider keeping that as a separate in-house type of training requirement for the person.
Gabe Wiggins for the record. I agree that, everybody needs a training, but it's at some point we have to shift. The HJ has to be responsible for their people. What we're doing is a minimum standard. And I know my agency, actually both my agencies that I work for, we go above and beyond. A lot of areas. Some places we stay just right with what's here, other sides we go beyond. And that's the minimum standard, and if something doesn't match because there's an expectation that, if you're in the fire service and you're getting fire certifications, then you have gone through some level of fire training. And I realize, I've got agencies that are mutual aid to us that do some rural stuff as well. But, they've got.
Yep. Yeah, that's an impact to us, or my organization specifically. So for those organizations that have positions like that, they may have to call that out separately for their position descriptions. That training might be needed going further on.
And that could be something that we mentioned in the guide for
Yeah.
certification, just so that people understand and know that that is a big change.
Yeah. Right. So now I don't need to go back. So chapter 11. All right. Anybody have anything specific for chapter 11 other than just the language changes that were already previously noted?
Chapter 12.
I'm sorry, chapter 12. I got my numbers mixed up. Into chapter 12, sorry. So chapter 12 had communications added. That was what I think was removed from the driver, copied and pasted over to chapter 12, starting with the pumper operator. I had nothing noted there myself, so if nobody has anything to discuss in chapter 12. Move on to chapter 13. aerial devices. I had nothing noted. Anybody else from their particular perspective? Chapter 14, killer operator on aerials.
Ryan Dickerson here. Did have one question on that. I noticed in all these, updates, preventive maintenance was added, but was not added to the tiller. And I had a question as to why that was not inserted into that. Personnel.
Because you have to be aerial certified to get your tiller operator, so you've already done it, in the sense that you're an operator.
Copy that. Okay.
Yeah, lesser included. Okay. Alright. Alright. Nobody else has anything for chapter 14, tiller? We'll move on to chapter 15, wildland fire suppression. Very similar to pumper. So I think that's in the annex, the different types of grades and soils for operating off-road vehicles. Their recommendation, obviously that includes whatever type of geology and geography you might have within your individual organizations. Nothing for that chapter 15, going once, going twice. All right, on to chapter 16. Gonna look to a lot of you guys, we don't own one of these. So for those that do, please feel free to share. Chapter 16 is for aircraft rescue and firefighting apparatus. Not owning one myself, don't know a lot about them, so if anybody has anything.
Chairman, if I could
Go ahead.
jump, Daniel Shaw for the record, to apparatus, wildland, and fire suppression. Under the driving sections, and maybe I'll just throw this out there. Do they have any accommodations for the unique driving capabilities off-road four-wheel drive? Because I'm going through the task book and it's a lot of the general, other than the geology you mentioned, the general requirements that are in a pumper and other equipment, but nothing specific to unique terrain capabilities of an off-road type 3.
I think, Kurt Donaldson for the record, I think that would be covered in 15.4.1. If you look towards the bottom, it says, operate the wildland fire apparatus in a predetermined route off of a public way that incorporates the maneuvers and features that the driver operator is expected to encounter during normal operations, so the vehicle is operated in compliance with all applicable departmental rules, regulations, and the time limitations of the vehicle. So that would imply the, all, things like four-wheel drive and tilt angle and stuff like that.
Copy that. Thank you. Nothing further.
And if you look at the requisite knowledge, that's where it goes into things like effective high center on gravity rollover, general steering restriction, centrifugal force, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, any other go for wildland? All right, back over to 16, for aircraft rescue and firefighting. In the time that I took, that I actually specifically went through and I read each of these types of sections, I got a little bit of a chuckle out of myself here when I kind of laughed a little bit when they talk about operating ARC vehicles on a public way. Last time I checked, most airport runways are not open to the general public. Last time I checked, so I guess I'd have to look to somebody who actually operates an ARC vehicle on how often it's driven on a public way, other than going down to the shop for maintenance. So
For dollars for the record, one of the things you want to consider is that some of these ARF vehicles do get surplus and they get FEP'd. And so technically you do have ARF vehicles that end up in the rural areas as an actual engine, so that would be something to consider.
yeah.
So that they do get operated on the public way. You also have to drive them sometimes on and off the airport to get to places.
Like maintenance shops. That's the only thing I can think of personally, but I've got a little bit of a shop.
I have pulled up on scene with the wildland fire in southern south and outside of K Falls and watched an ARF truck put out a brush fire. So that does happen.
Nice.
Gateway for the record, yeah, they leave their sites more often than you think. I know I've been on a call for a rail emergency that the, Portland Airport came out on. Portland Airport also, the Port of Portland. They, Hillsborough, I think Hillsborough's technically part of it. I know, Troutdale Airport's part of it. If they have an incident at those locations, the trucks that are normally at PDX have to go out to those. So I think it happens far more frequently than we actually.
Yeah, I actually went to YouTube and Google and actually searched for how often does this happen? Has anybody got a video of it? Cause I just, again, I thought it was kind of unusual that trucks are out running around on the general streets. So anyway, all right, nothing for our trucks. Does, anybody last call for anything in that chapter? Okay, off to mobile water supply, chapter 17. Other than just general language. The annotations for the annex for supplemental information.
Brian Dickerson, got a question, I guess more or less for the group, and just see what the general consensus is. We're getting more, instead of just a mobile water supply, the tactical tender, we're seeing with the pump system on it in addition to the tanks. Looking through this task book and 17.3.1 talks about pumping system if applicable. What's the thoughts on the operating of the tactical tender, carrying the water? If it's, if they derive it, do they need to be pumper certified as well? If they just want to use it for water supply, like where do we draw that line? And I know it's guidelines, but there's nothing in here about pumping the water supply, which just says if applicable. However, in the pumper, it goes through the process of operating a fire pump. There's nothing in that. That's all.
Gabe Wiggins for the record. So I know our agency, we have fire rated pumps on both of our water tenders, on many of our HOA companies too as well. And I would say this needs to go back to the HJ as opposed to something that will be done at the DPSST level. Because it's, we require you to be a pump operator to also get your mobile water supply. But before you go to anything else, we make, it's just part of the, you do your driver, you do your pumper, then you get your other specialties. But that's an HJ decision. But you make a good point, but I think it's something that needs to go back on the HJs.
Brian Woodley, chair for the record. We actually own a tactical tender and it's probably getting pretty close to around 15 years old. And the first year or two that we had it was designed and purchased for a very small populated rural community area where we had very few volunteers as far as the presence goes. And the intent back then was that if you only had 2 or 3 volunteers that were able to make it to the station, they had the ability to use a tactical tender to start initial operations until additional personnel and firefighting apparatus got on scene. Since then, as the years have progressed and our volunteer numbers have diminished, we no longer use it as a tactical tender. It's strictly just for mobile water supply, transporting water in its capacity. We don't even require our operators to be pump certified because we never use it for tactical operations. My understanding is that if it's got a fire rated pump and you have interior operations being performed, it's understood that your operators are pump certified as required by NFPA and meet the frame requirements and those performance standards. So that's kind of my understanding of it historically from our perspective as it applies to my organization. That helps build a little bit.
Kevin Smith, Ontario Fire. We're the same way. We require a pumper operator in order to drive in tactical tender at all. So.
And ours are just for transporting water.
Right.
Okay. Anybody else for anything in mobile water supply, chapter 17? Anything at all? Once, went twice. Okay. That's all I have at this particular. See. Already had discussion for those individual elements. Does anybody need a go back for any of the other discussion topics? Yeah, go ahead.
Chris Howard, I'll take a go back and just again, trying to learn on chapter 14, the tiller. He chimed in and gave us good information on the maintenance component. Really just trying to wrap my head around the tiller certification. The aerial comes first, and then the tillerman, just clear text, is the guy in the back steering the rig. When the aerial operator goes from a straight stick rear steer or a front steer rear mount to a tiller, is there any requirement for that driver to get tiller as well in this procedure? Essentially, this tiller standard is for the guy in the back. What happens to the guy in the front? I'm assuming agency is gonna, dictate that, who gets certified, who doesn't, but
That's a great question. Brian Woodley, Chair for, the record. We do not own one, so I would have to defer that discussion point to be led by someone else here on the task force who might have a critter like that, and what their best practices have been. Anybody here neighboring to an organization that has a tiller that could talk about that? They don't have one themselves.
Scott Law for the record. The only thing, I mean, that if you look at DOT, you're going from a class B vehicle in commercial driver's license to a class A when you do a tiller. So yeah, that's the driver up front would be, if this was a civilian vehicle, I know it's not, but we're looking at other DOT regulations. That changes it from a class B commercial vehicle to a class A.
Kurt Dalton for the record, if you look down to like 14.2.3, position an aerial apparatus equipped with the tiller from the tiller position, given the apparatus operating instructions. So realistically, I can tell you, we have a jurisdiction that as a DLO that has tillers. They make all their folks, whether it's the driver or the tiller, do the whole thing.
and that's Seaside.
Yeah.
And that'll be good records. Just Chris Howard for the record, just trying to learn that it's on order. We're a couple of years out, but that was one of the things that perked my interest in being on this task force is one to learn, try and contribute, but, reading through it and Ryan and I were discussing it. I think it's really agency specific and I think DPSST is gonna give us that latitude and obviously you're making that investment, you're gonna do what they're doing. I think we'd pull a suit. I was just trying to find in the standard, you were talking about maintenance covered in aerial. It's like standard does not even reference really the guy in the front seat and that link or that communication, because essentially you got now a two-person operation and it was just interesting to me that it really didn't tie it together, but.
I can see exactly now what you're talking about with respect to that particular type of vehicle and never gave it a second thought when I read through the standard in of itself. So thank you for bringing that. to the
Yeah, only because it's, on our radar and trying to learn and see, but I think, knowing where DPSST is at, if we go overboard, both people are certified, it's gonna be in-house training and manufacturer training. I think our bases will be covered there. Yeah, not asking for a big, flip NFP upside down and modify the task book, just trying to bounce it off anybody that has some experience with it. So thank you.
All right, Brian Woodley, Chair for the record. Brooke, Kayla, are there any things that we have missed up to this point with just the general review of the individual chapters or things that you might want to illustrate or point as a go back? If not, can we entertain an opportunity for a break for our folks here in the task force?
Can we, for calls for the record, is it possible we can, because we've just gone through it, unless we have more discussion, can we move to adopt the standard? That's the next step, and then we can take a break.
I'm good with that. You guys are good with that? Do you wanna?
Because that's that, really, that's where we're at.
All right.
It's either we adopt it or we don't. If we don't, we go home early.
Okay.
We're not doing that.
So the chair recognizes that Kurt Donaldson from Napa Fire has made a motion that we adopt the standard as indicated from NFPA. We have a second.
Second, for the record, second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, motion carries, Brooke.
Great.
We adjourn for a few minutes. All right. Chair recognizes we'll recess for 15 minutes to exercise our legs down to the cafeteria. Very good. All right, we'll be in recess till approximately 10 after the hour.
I think that other room is the.
Chris, if you want, I can put you in contact with Gresham. They just set up their tiller program.
Yeah, we set guys up and
Okay.
Gresham, Clackamas Fault, I got a contact at Seaside, and then I think we're gonna bring down, brothers from Seattle for training, just trying to wrap my head around it, and, you know, a lot of this is somewhat familiar to me, but tiller is, yeah, where do we start? But sounds good, thank you. Last for DLO, the guy just in there.
That sounds like a good job for a deal. Not being yours, I think that's a great idea.
Let us drive it.
Oh, God. Which one of my wayward children told Gresham? Yeah.
You know, I know.
You want that to bring in?
Well, I mean,
I don't know what it is. I just.
no, I already know what they're doing. I told them, but I wanted to talk to you if.
Sure, I'm ready. I mean, I'm right there.
20 minutes away,
Yeah.
this is an hour.
More than happy to, more than happy to do it. I mean,
I'll make sure Rodney.
yeah, Ronnie's okay, yeah, Ronnie's okay with it, I'm fine with that, I'm more than happy to go. I mean, they're only 20 minutes away, I mean, it's silly for me not to, I go to Westport anyway.
They got to change it on that, so I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to do that. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't add any more to my plate, so. I mean, that's super easy. And speaking of accreditation, you're still on my list of sites. I'm almost ready for you to come on. I'm trying to print off my response hours.
Didn't forget about it.
I can tell you, everything looks really good.
I'm sure it does. Our meeting last time was a half hour, maybe?
Yeah, I think it would be half an hour.
Yeah.
If we schedule it towards noon, I'll even buy you lunch.
Oh, look at you.
It's not easy. Gotta take and drink it.
That's because for you, it's an overnight trip.
Yeah.
I would, if they wanted to come, if everybody wants to come up at night, I'll take books out to one of our many breweries in town.
Establishments.
We have so many. It's messed up.
So, speaking of which, Huntington, is it part of Baker or mine? Is Huntington part of our mutual aid? Huntington, it's in Baker. So you're leaving Ontario at North Baker.
Yeah,
You drop back down the snake river there, there's the rest stop there,
yeah.
parts of the way station. Huntington's like 4 miles up on the hill.
Oh.
They're like 500 people. There might be 6 people in the department.
I don't think we knew that they existed.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
or maybe they
They're
did
not-
at one point,
I don't
but
know. At one time, they had some people that were certified. I looked at the chief. Yes, certified for quite a few years. He's been lapsed for 3 years. Probably the new info. But I started like back when I was in contact with me again. He's part of our mutual aid group. So I don't know how much he does with Baker. So much so that he can start to do.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a while.
So I said, okay, let's look at, make sure you're current. First of all, right?
Yeah.
So that you're not running the program and you're not current to do it. And he wasn't. I said, they're doing their first one. So I said, yeah, I need your resource
Oh,
as
okay.
an instructor.
We do have that
He's
in
an-
our system.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had him add me.
I think doing it twice. It's a nice hair truck. He's only got here for 4 years.
Yeah, it's there, so they're all invested.
Between the.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Daniel, can you hear everything okay?
Loud and clear.
Great, thank you.
All right, we're back in session. Brian Willie, chair for the record. About 15 after 10. We just wrapped up a motion that carried to adopt the NFPA 1010 standard changes as presented in our bookwork that we just received. And I'm looking at my page as to where we are at on the changes. Any further discussion with reflection on chapters 4 through 17? We have 17, 4 and 11. 11 through, yeah, 4 and 11 through 17. Thank you. Any other further discussion? Okay. See that. All right, so we are into discussion and determination on applications for certification. Is that where we're at, Brooke? Okay. All right, so we'll introduce the next section here, respective of our process. I'll have Brooke go ahead and lead the discussion or the information sharing with respect to the specifics on applications for certification. Brooke, would you take the lead on that for us?
Yeah, thank you, Brooke Valurebe for the record. So I have the application for certification. This is the draft up on the screen here. The first thing to note, which I'm sure all of you read this every time you fill out an application, but I changed the instructions for filling out the application. It was pretty outdated and a little bit confusing. I just wanted to see what the thoughts are. There's a lot here, and applications continue to be a complicated thing to fill out. So does this seem helpful? If there's any other suggestions anybody might have or ways to make it less wordy, I'm happy to make those changes. We can edit this document live, based on your guys' suggestions.
Right, so one question on the upper top section when filling out social security numbers.
Mhm.
I know once they're in the system, that's no longer required, but it still says required up there. Is that something that needs to be clarified, you think? Or is that just once everyone knows that and it's basically for the first time it's required and not necessarily for the follow-up. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, my only thought on it is that the more stuff we add to this application, the less people are gonna read of all of it. It is required at least the first time that we input that. And for those of you who are not familiar, the reason is that fire certifications are a license, and if you don't pay your child support, your license can be suspended. So every month, I believe DOJ runs a report on social security numbers from our system. And they will send me a letter to suspend people's fire certifications. There is no other reason that we use them. So once they're in our system, we don't do anything with them other than that. But I guess I could edit this to say required for first certification. It just would probably, whether or not the person filling out the application is gonna remember that. I mean, I know you guys have somebody who does that. Sometimes agencies will have individual firefighters start it and then they sign off on it, so it kind of just depends.
It is not a problem, I'm just curious. If it's not, so.
I would love if it wasn't required. It would make things a lot easier, but unfortunately, yeah, we do need that. And it's helpful for us if, if we missed putting it in our system, that it's on there. If we get applications that don't have it, we'll reach out to the agency to be like, hey, we need their social security number.
On a side note, after you mentioned that, do you guys send a notice to the department that a certification has been suspended based upon that run from the DOJ or say no child support paid? And the license does get pulled, how do you notify the
I
department?
can't remember if the department is notified. It happens so
I
infrequently.
think it's the,
Um,
it's the department, because we send the letter.
yeah,
and we
there,
wouldn't have an
there
individual
hasn't been
firefighter.
someone who was suspended who was active with the department in a while. I think that's been the other issue. They're usually somebody from the archive that probably doesn't even remember they have certifications. So I think there is a process. We notify the agency? Do you remember?
Yeah,
Okay.
we send a letter to the chief.
Okay, yes.
So, yeah, and then we send another letter to because then we'll get notified if that person catches up with their child support.
Yeah.
And then we can reinstate their certifications and we'll let the chief know. But yeah, it doesn't happen super often, but
Or sometimes I'll just get a reinstatement notice.
Yeah.
And no suspension notice, so.
the DOJ system apparently isn't perfect, but
Uh,
You can still ask for social security, because is that not asked when you get your DPSST number? So get
No.
DPSST.
no, we don't need it if you just need a DPSST number.
Oh, I thought we had,
In the past, I think they did.
okay.
yeah.
The PAF form or the E1 form, have now changed, so they don't require.
Yeah,
that
and
number on
I
there.
don't think we can ask at that point. I don't think we're allowed to. I think it has to be on
Okay.
the actual.
I thought E1 had it, just the PAF, because you do because the E1 does the background check.
The E1 might have it. I
I
can't.
don't think it does because we
Oh.
don't need it to do the background check. I
Be
mean,
on
you
the
might be right, maybe it does.
Be on the
It does.
fingerprint.
It is an application, so.
Mhm.
Bottom line, it only matters for certification. anyway,
Yes.
so.
Only related to certification. So if you're just wanting a DPSST number for a new person, they don't need to submit their social security number.
Chris Howard, for the record, I guess circling back to his initial question, you have the parentheses, to specify required.
Mhm.
Would it, to calm the angst of people, because I get it with guys, like, they just get uptight. So that it's clear for whoever's filling out the application, just to expand that to required for first application only.
Yeah, we could do that.
That wouldn't clutter it, that would help clarify. Because you got a blank there and it says required, I'm filling it out this week, but he's filling it out next week, and a simple little note would, seems like it would be clear text there. That satisfy your ask. Thank you.
Okay. Right,
No, can't do
any further?
For also for the record, thank you so much for the first bullet point. That is the most common question I get asked.
Oh.
All the time. Like, I have a college transcript,
Oh,
but
yeah.
how do I get certification for my college course? I get that all the time.
Okay.
And it's always from the same 3 departments. But, because, it changes from November to December, but,
Yeah.
thank you. That will clarify so much for those folks.
Okay.
Good. Would you mind closing the navigation?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Just,
Make that bigger and,
Brooke, do you find, Brian Woodley for the record, do you find that these common mistakes that are made in these applications are large enough statewide that this is the best venue for addressing this particular problem, or is it?
yes.
It is, okay.
I did discuss with Kayla having a, potentially like an application task book formatting meeting, which is we just need to figure out what the rules guiding that is, before we do anything more formal, but, yeah, I think the applications themselves, like the style hasn't been updated and, these kind of give a guide of the most common errors that I see, so, and it's from all over the state,
Okay.
yeah. Plus, while we have this open to change, we might as well fix it while we have it. Yeah.
Gabe Wiggins for the record. I was just, when I first looked at it, I went, that text is really big. It's just a formatting thing, but it seems compared to all the rest of the text on the rest of the page.
Yeah,
It
it's
just
big
seems
for a
like it's.
reason.
It is definitely that way for a reason.
I considered making it a full page, but no, I could definitely make that smaller.
As long as the overall that fits on the two,
Mhm.
first and second page, if it were enough to push it into a third, be a little bit different, but that was just, when I first opened that, like, man, that's really good
Yeah.
text.
Yeah, and some of it
Compared
was,
to everything else on the page.
we can definitely adjust that so that it fits, maybe just the instructions be the biggest part and then everything else can be smaller. But as for ease of reading for you guys, I figured it would be fine to make it a little bigger.
All right, just a question, just curious on the backside of this, so with this, the training completed form, but then recognizing that all the college courses are not the same across the community college, in Oregon and in-house, different people have different accreditations, what they teach, do you guys actually reference each one of those college numbers and accreditation agreements and everything to verify each one of those?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
yes, Brooke does.
Yeah.
I can help with that.
Yeah.
In my former life,
She was
as
being
a
polite.
college and running a college program. So in theory, what the college is supposed to do is create a crosswalk that shows what classes meet those requirements. So if their driver operator, pumper operator is met in their, water supply class or something like that, that's where that's supposed to, so it should be easy for Brooke to do. I'm not sure that all the colleges do it anymore, or that even the one I used to work for doesn't, but that's the way we used to do it.
What Brian Woodley for the record, what I have found and I know I have bothered both Kayla and Brooke for this in recent years, is trying to understand and determine which programs have those classes that meet those training requirements in trying to help people apply for their certifications, but you have to have one in order to get the other. So unless I know what classes have been determined to meet those training guidelines, I can't help students or volunteers, or even in some cases, career staff who have transcripts that bring them to me. And unless I have the ability to have that ability to see that, it makes it very difficult to make those determinations unless I send everything to Brooke or Kayla to answer the question. So I have found sometimes just asking for a copy of that accreditation agreement, especially where I have a local college, I do a lot of frequent business with on that level, so that I can go through and I can see exactly which class it is that meets whatever training requirements it is that are accredited. And so for those that actually have local schools in their area that do that, it sometimes makes it easier on Brooke and the others if you already know ahead of time, because you've already looked it up and seen that class XYZ meets this and is already accredited, and you can put it on the application and go, rather than asking repetitively, you know? Because I found sometimes when I don't have an up-to-date accreditation agreement for Chemeketa, for example, that I could send Brooke emails several times a month asking questions over and over, rather than just looking it up myself. So that can be problematic within itself. So are those accreditation agreements easily acquired? Or are those things that could be shared with training officers if they request them?
Yeah, they could be shared, I believe. I don't think there's anything private in there. There's a couple different factors aside from the accreditation agreements, and the accreditation process for colleges is a little bit different from agencies. And it also needs to undergo some review. But yes, they could be shared. And if they don't have an accreditation agreement, we are still able to usually use their course descriptions, contact the college, and then obviously that's more work, but sometimes people will send college course information from out of state, so those just always require some research. But yeah, if you have a local college and you're wondering what classes you could have their accreditation agreement, what I find is there's a lot of turnover in those programs, and their desire or sometimes ability to work within DPSST stuff changes with those staff changes. So I don't think there's any like intentional negligence or anything. It's just they're coming into a new program and then they're like, oh, what's this DPSST stuff too? So I guess the updated versions of those accreditation agreements might be not as easy to come by.
Sure.
But yeah, definitely something that I'm happy to work with getting people if they want it.
Thank you.
Anything else on this kind of instruction? Anything that you think doesn't need to be on here or that I can add to this?
Maybe, I know that there's already a lot of stuff under that first bullet point. Maybe where we're talking about notice of course completions, training certificates, college transcript, out-of-state certifications. Maybe, I hate to say it, but if SAC and pro board on there.
Yeah, I can
Yeah, just-
specify.
Because we get a ton of questions about those.
Kevin Smith, for the record, just, is there like an FAA frequently asked questions link on the DPSST website that would answer questions, or if it's, the task books? You know, do I just keep the front page or do I have to keep the whole book?
Yeah, there probably is that, well, maybe somewhere, but there needs to be probably something newer done, and it's on the list.
Could it be,
Yeah.
could that be added, you know, further clarifications, see FAQ page?
Yeah, I can put like a link to that page to our website. That's a great idea. Okay, does that seem like it would cover? Okay. Anything else on this first part? Okay. Let's move down to the actual applications. So we've got the GPRs have been updated to reflect the new standards, and the communications one, as we discussed, was removed from driver. Is everybody happy with this? And then also the licensing question. I believe that's part of the general requirements still. Okay, and then we are still comfortable with people doing a task book or a task performance evaluation for, we can just say all the levels on this application?
Frank Woodley. Question for general discussion. Well, 11.1 in that particular section, 11.1, 13.1, all of those make a reference back to chapter 4 that says meets general requirements. And with the 1091 training requirements, it's almost like making reference to a standard that makes reference to another standard. At what point does it become of any value to actually identify that particular training requirement on the actual application when it gets so far down that it loses visibility among the average individuals? I do know that like for the firefighter 1 application, I think as it currently is, it actually has a section in where it talks about general requirements and then actually lists some of the examples, ICS and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where does that eventually fall off the table and get lost in the training requirements? And as a discussion point for the task force, at what point do we make an effort to bring it back into visibility so that we ensure that people are meeting those requirements going forward? Do we eventually put a checkbox on the application? Do we add a note in there somewhere next to general? Also see chapter 4. At what point do we need to do that to bring visibility to it?
Yeah. And I think it's like this because obviously driver was a different standard, so the general wasn't as separate as it is now. So for the firefighter 1 application that we just did, there is a general section and it does include the requirements for hazmat and the general chapter. So we could add that to just the driver one if we wanted, that they have to meet the requirements of chapter 4 as well. I don't think we would need to add it to any of the other ones just because they've already completed that in their driver requirement, unless anybody feels otherwise.
If you currently have a driver operator but don't have a pumper operator, and you go to get your pumper operator after the new standard then takes effect, then do you need to come into compliance with the new training standard where you need to catch up with that required training? Because each of the new sections, again, references the previous chapter. So it would reference chapter 4 and then 11 through 17. Pretty much at the beginning of each of those 11 through 17 makes a reference under the general that says chapters 4 and 11, chapter 4, 11 and 12, et cetera, et cetera. Anybody have any thoughts on?
Chris Howard, for the record, I think I'm tracking you. The application, I was bouncing over to the task book, which looking at pumper, for example, and see if we're on the same path here, but 11.1 is general for qualifications. I guess my question is, how is the application and the task book tied together? Because we got to sign off on we'll drop down to pumper 12.1 that they met the general as far as training completed, but also in the task book, it lines at, 11.1 right there in the beginning.
So that is something we'll discuss two.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Too far ahead of you, I'm just, like, is it one or the other or both, is what I'm trying to digest.
Yeah. So at our last, and just to jump ahead briefly, because it is related, I think at the last or maybe the previous task force, when the task books were created, it was determined that all of the task book for driver would be included in every single other driver series. And I think that the intention was that they would be completing both pieces each time. I don't think that's probably what's happening, especially like if you just went through a driver academy and you filled out your driver task book. I would guess there's probably a bunch of people moving that stuff into their pumper task book once they're doing that. But looking back at the notes, I think that the original intention was that before they go on to new levels, they would be recompleting their driver stuff just to like refresh them. Which is why in the drafts, there is the driver tasks in each book. They don't have to look like that. So you as a task force are able to determine we want to remove those as a requirement, and then they would just be a lot shorter. But that would take care of the task piece of it, but it wouldn't cover the actual training requirement. So, and whether we want to mention that the general requirements for chapter 4 are included in each level or not. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Chris Howard, just follow up on that, and thanks for that explanation, because that was the 2017 task force, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Which ironically I was a part of, and can blame me for some of that, but I'm thinking back to it now, it was just like you're saying. I think we lean towards more is better, and when you, not to clutter it, but what's the timeline? Are they going through step by step by step from driver to pumper, or is there a 5-year gap or a 10-year gap? Yeah, we couldn't.
And that's
control
different
that.
from every single agency.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but that's where I recall that, okay, go back and refresh on the general, but if they come to me and they just did it 6 months ago, that's a pretty easy, sign off, whether it's in the task book under, requisite knowledge, et cetera, but
Yeah, and I guess
Back
my
to-
thought is then, is there a point to it? Like, is there a point in having it in there? Because if people can just kind of do whatever they want for those, what,
I think that's for the group. Yeah,
Yeah.
good discussion, but I don't know if I got you way too far off task here, but yeah, now that I'm wrapping my head around the general in every one, do we just do it in the beginning? Do we just do it for the training completed? And then, then when we get to the task, it needs to be discussed as well. It is a little bit of can of worms, but I think a good point to decide which way to go.
I got off. For me, I like, and I put my people through that type of apparatus for the driver, so. Driver course, they could do it in a staff car, and meet the objectives. Now we're putting them into an engine, much bigger, much different braking pattern, much different turning radius. Then we're putting them into a ladder truck, and then go back to what you talked about earlier, then we're putting them in a tiller. And to make them do that driving in each section, I'm for it. And I'll be honest with you, in 2017, I was like, this is stupid. But the more right, my hat got, the more I'm like, no, that makes more sense. And I wasn't on that committee, but I support what was done in 2017.
Eric Donaldson for the record. I think this is a great discussion, and I have some pretty big thoughts on this task book stuff. But I think we really need to address this document first, and then we'll go, and then we need to get into the task book.
But does this, Brian, we'll leave for discussion, but does this document address the 1091 general chapter 4?
That's what
adequately?
Well, I would say, looking at, let's look at 11.1, right, the general, right? It refers, all it does is refer back to chapter 4. And if you look at chapter 4 for what we're talking about for firefighter operator, do we need to, we could put that in there, but this is gonna be in a 4, if you do this for every single one, it's gonna be a 4-page application.
yeah, and so
Maybe it belongs in a task book.
chapter,
Well, but there's no real task there in, if you're
Yeah.
looking for.
So chapter, so
But you're meeting the requisite knowledge requirements of that particular.
But there's really nothing there. I mean, it's requirements. It's things like, you know, you meet 411 through 17, you drive, you should have to have a driver's license. You know, you have to have, you have to be current with practices and standards. I mean, it's all stuff that the AHJ does. You know, I don't know if that's stuff that needs to be in a task book. A task book is a snapshot in time. It's one instance. It's not continuous.
Yeah.
That, you know, so I'm not sure that that needs to be in there. We're gonna clutter that task book.
Longer off the record, and I saw your hand, but. And I agree, we're talking about the application now. I think if we're concerned about making sure that chapter 4 is read, maybe that needs to be up at the top of the bullet point. All of these need to be chapter 4. Also, that's just a reference and leave it at the top only, and it covers all brackets below it, because they all refer back to 4, like we stated.
mhm.
If we're worried about it not being in there, let's put it at the top of the bullet point. All of these 11 through 17 must meet chapter 4 in order to be certified. And that way it covers every area below it, and you don't have to put it at every area as a checkoff also.
So Gabe Wiggins, for the record, I agree that really like that idea of just saying, you know, adding it up in that instruction part, but then the other part I was gonna say is this, you know, the training completed and the different boxes here, that's, you know, you've done the curriculum. That's why there's another box that you check. I've done either the TBE or completed the task book. It's educational component, hands-on component. The application, this part of it is saying, yes, their driver academy, pumper academy, whatever, included these 3 parts of the standard. So, just think for kind of mixing the 2 parts of the process discussion, so.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the firefighter application, because it references a total other standard and training requirement, for hazmat, that's why this is in there. And that's not AHJ optional. So that's why we give more specification. It is gonna get really long, and this is already one of the longer applications. Does this sentence seem to suffice?
Brian Woodley, for the record, I think it does. In fact, you probably have a lot more in there than maybe what's needed. Maybe, you know, I don't know if you can shorten it any, but yeah, also includes chapter 4 and other references. Include that just so that it brings awareness to that. And then you don't need to go through all the other individual applications as well. While we're on the topic, when 2026 rolls around for maintenance recertification, does that imply that those people that are seeking maintenance recertification in 2026, they will have also completed those training requirements if they haven't already done so in 2026 or by 2026 rather?
Well, I think that our maintenance process, given that these are all under the operations levels, so that's 60 hours per year. Yes, we track it over a 2-year period, so we don't have to do maintenance every single year, thank goodness. But it's technically supposed to be 60 hours over a 2-year or over each year. So to me, that's already covering that requirement that this is talking about. So I don't know if I'm fully understanding what extra we would need to be doing. Do you?
Just the specific call out in chapter 4, and I'm just picking on the 1091 or equivalent training. If you have your 60 hours a year, but you didn't complete any of that related type of training, do you still meet the intent of the requirement of the bare bones requirements to have your driver related certifications renewed for another 2 years, or do you need to catch up? Because like the report that I was looking for was, how many active firefighters in our fire service have completed something related to that. At least it was documented through DPSSD. Of the 11,000, there's only 1,800 that have it in their,
Can you,
their snapshot report.
can you remind me exactly where you see the reference to 1091?
So it's in chapter 4 at the very end.
Right, there's a 4.1.10.
Yeah. So that was kind of the preface for the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah.
Like, how do you bring visibility to a standard that references another standard that references another standard? And at what point do you bring visibility to that because it's fallen off the table
So,
and it's lost its visibility?
yeah, Kayla, for the record, we give a lot of leeway on maintenance recertification. So, I mean, I guess the general purpose of maintenance is to ensure that you are touching on some area of that level of certification that you want to maintain or that you want your firefighters to maintain. So we've never been kind of really nitpicky about what specific part of the chapters that everyone has kind of done their maintenance on. It's more of a general requirement and we leave that up to the AHJ. So, I don't think that we can start pointing out, you need to touch on this and this and this and this, and rather leave it kind of as a more
Got it.
general requirement as we've done in the past.
Okay.
Kurt Dawes for there, I can tell you, we did that. My smaller departments that I go certify, we'll drop it.
Yeah.
We'll drop, because they don't have the time to do that. They just don't have the time. To me, this has always been a contract between us and the person. You are, and it's based on when you were certified. I've got drivers that have had their driver for 20 years. So, do we give them driver training every year? Yes. Do they get updates to that? Yes. But am I requiring, has the organization in the last 20 years required that every time this has changed, that we go through and hit every single one of these? No, nobody has. So, and once again, we're getting really hung up on 4.4.1.10. Big thing in there is for an equivalent program that's determined by an AHJ. For the authority have jurisdiction, you come in and say, this video put out by the Highway Traffic Safety Council, the council's training towards that. That's your requirement, that's your requirement.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sure. And I think the stat is nice to have there, but I think especially on specifically that particular class, I've been through it in different jurisdictions and, over different, the 2 hour, 4 hour, 8 hour block of it. Probably 10 times in my career. It doesn't show anywhere on my staff.
I took it in 2014 myself, right?
So
I took it in 2014. I don't even remember it. Honestly, I don't even remember. And that was when it first rolled out, when it first started coming out in 2014, when ODOT started making it available. And I honestly don't remember a lot of it. I mean, maybe the tabletop, that was kind of fun, setting up your little cones in your cars and whatnot. So that's all I can remember about it back then. So no, I just wanted it for a point of discussion. At what point do we start trying to bring awareness to changes in NFPA so agencies and have the ability to see that as far as what they want to make of it, as far as how they accomplish it, totally up to them. I just didn't want it to get fallen off the table and then completely overlooked. So,
And maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see that is specifically referenced in how the annual performance is appraised. So it's listed as a requirement under the initial certification, but I don't see anything further. about it.
And I think what he's saying is, as we are going through and recertify each year, is making sure that firefighters are coming out and learning the what the current standard is, not just what they had learned
previously done. In addition, with like, for example, if somebody already has their driver, but doesn't seek their pumper operator for another 1 to 2 years, and they go and they do their training for pumper operator and they go to fill out their application. Again, the pumper application says meets requirements of chapter 4 and.
Yeah.
So on and so forth. Are they aware that this is included now? So.
And I think that could be something that we can put in the guide.
That would be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just bring visibility to it. Hey, what it says, this is where it's at and or equivalent, and this is where it's available.
Okay.
If you don't already have it, or you don't have something in-house that needs it.
I think some of this stuff, I mean, it's good discussion, but a lot of this falls back on the AHJ and those training officers.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are responsible for saying, hey, this standard change, I need to review it and make sure my.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have something available that.
So,
comes
like,
close.
Daniel
That's
Shaw
a-
for the record. If I could jump in real quick, I agree with leaving the general on each category in the application itself for the very reason mentioned. I know guys that did their DO and then just wanted support roles until they wanted to step up to the plate and then became a pumper operator and became operational. And that may have been years later. A lot of the guys I work with, we all blew through it all at once. We did. And so it's all the same date. But to accommodate the differences between each type of apparatus and the potential time spaces between certifications, I like having it listed. Now, if we want to put in there as general as per guidelines and just list the numbers, great. To allow the training, the TOs, like it's on you. You have to update the staff. That's not our job. That's the agency's job. But to have it listed under each section, that way, if I end up becoming a tiller operator 10 years in my career, that's going to be a different date with updated information available anyway, theoretically. Just my 2 cents.
Okay. Anybody else have any other bullet points or comments or questions regarding this particular page?
On the record, I think it matches what we have inside the NFPA 10. Exactly the way it reads now. I think it meets all those requirements.
Yeah.
And to me, it's just kind of adding those things. I think this application is more than appropriate just to move forward.
Okay. So I was just going through and adding DPSST task performance, just to clarify, there's still some confusion, throughout the fire service that agencies are doing internal task performances versus the DPSST, approved ones. And so anything that's going for certification, or to reinstate certifications or maintain certifications, needs to be a DPSST approved task performance evaluation. So just clarifying.
For Donaldson, again, for the record. Are those on the website?
The task performance evaluations?
Yeah, for driver operated, pumper, aerial device.
Yes,
Sure.
I
Can you?
thought they
The
were.
Or long drive, the application for the TPE is.
Yes.
But you have to, the way it's designed now is you tell the DLO, hey, this is what I want to be able to test on, and they either approve it or not.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell us at the site what we have to test on.
That's been my understanding. I've had all of my TPE, primarily for the record, I've had all of my TPEs reviewed either by Jay Alley or Neil Wilson.
But those are DPSST approved at that point. If they go to the DLO for approval, they're DPSST certified at that time.
What's your
Well,
facial expression responding to?
Because we need to clarify that. So, because when we say DPSST approved task book for firefighter or task force evaluation for firefighter 1 or firefighter 2, those exist.
Mhm.
They can go to the website. They can pull those off. They can look at them.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you mean the specific tasks that they're
Yes.
supposed to be? Okay.
Yes.
What I have recommended, and as a task force, you would know better, but that people use tasks from the task books if they do not have an idea of what to do. I know what you're talking about, and that is I need to get that fixed too.
Well, I'm not sure, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, my thing is I don't wanna create a thing where, you know, you know how it is. We're gonna get fishing, or we're gonna get, I don't wanna call it fishing, we're gonna get many people who are gonna have many questions. The moment we say DPSST approved task or task performance evaluation. We're gonna, I'm gonna get 5 phone calls on day 1. I'm on the website, I don't see anything. We need to clarify that it's internal, but it's, if that's what we're gonna do, that's internal, it's approved by the DLO, and that's what you're using.
Okay,
I have a probably for, the record. Maybe it's indicated as the date the applicant completed your approved DPSST performance evaluation. So it's your task performance evaluation unique to your organization that has been approved by your DLO at DPSST. Does that add clarity to what is
I
acceptable?
think that adds a whole nother level of confusion, because so agencies can do task performance evaluations internally, for whatever purpose they want, except certification. If they want to make that a DPSST certified relatable task performance evaluation, the process is that they fill out the request form, send that to their DLO. They're welcome to fill out a suggested list of tasks, and then the DLO approves it and sends it back. In an ideal world, that's how it's supposed to work. We found a couple years ago that agencies were just doing task performance evaluations and the DLOs weren't a part of that process. So we're trying to clean that up. I believe there's also confusion with the tasks themselves. And I think the way that the task performance evaluation form is now written makes that process a little more clear. I could be wrong.
The new TPE 10 is great. I'm just worried about this stuff.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if the answer is to answer it in the FAQ or the guide for certification.
Yeah, and it can also be specific to, like, if we, these are digital forms too, so this can be linked directly to the TPE section on our website, if that's helpful. I'm just, while I don't want you to get more phone calls, I do want people to at least stop and think of, oh, what's a DPSST task performance versus just whatever task performance process I'm going through. There will always be some element of trying to educate people, and then we're also always going through processes that we've done in the past and finding, oh, we need to fix this and update that. So some of it is just kind of a natural cycle. But if that specific process needs to be updated, I don't want to add too many more things for people to read on these applications, just because I already think they're not reading everything on them as it is. If that.
And this may cause you more questions, but what if it said the DPSST DLO approved task performance evaluation?
That would be fine.
Okay.
Because what I know I'm gonna get is if we put DPSST, I'm gonna get called no matter what.
Yeah, this is,
But now it'll be clear that they come to us.
yeah. And at least they would be asking you the question and trying to do it
I'm
correctly.
just trying to think as for the DLOs, what's gonna be,
There are 4 in here,
yeah,
so.
what's gonna be, for us, what's gonna be the answer? I mean, I can't be the only one that has it, right, Kevin?
No.
No, see?
And we're just, yeah, and the ultimate goal is to just try to get people kind of back on track and actually going through the task performance process through their DLOs, because we got a little off track there for several years, I think, but, yeah, however we can.
Does that seem?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
totally reasonable.
And then, as we implement technology, slowly but surely,
In 75 years,
we
yeah.
can link this to the section on our website that has information about the task performance process.
Yeah, we could do it on the, now, I mean, even though it's a Word document, I mean, not right now, but like.
Hyperlink that area.
Yeah, I'll do that. I have to make sure that I put the task performance evaluation forms in the right place on every single one, because I think I missed it. So, any other thoughts on the application in general, or any specific levels?
Under the tiller, it asks about NFPA firefighter one, right after it asks for aerial device and firefighter one's part of aerial. I don't think we need to have that under the tiller part because it's already been
Hmm.
completed.
You can't get-
previous.
you can't get
You can't
tiller.
do the tiller without aerial, you can't get aerial without firefighter one.
If you're not opposed, I would like to leave it just for me, because this is just another stop check for me to make sure, and in the event that I missed that the person didn't have their aerial but I noticed that they didn't have their firefighter one, just another check. But if you feel strongly about it, we can remove it. I
I just
also,
want to be able to keep this on front and back.
we're,
Then
it's
that-
gonna
that's
be
gone away.
as long as it needs to be.
It's gone away.
I think we could get there.
Yeah,
I
we
think get there.
can probably get there.
Scott Law for the record, down under ARF, it says certifies NFPA fire, airport firefighter NFPA 1003, should that be 1003 or 1010?
Well, yes, yeah, this is part of the problem with having the standard update so many things at one time. So yeah, we could just do, or 1010, do you think that's
Mhm.
good? Okay,
Yeah, that's probably fine.
okay, yeah.
We just
Good-
haven't
good
had the
call.
airport task force yet, so that it
Gotcha.
officially hasn't changed
Mhm.
over kind of like all of these levels. They haven't changed over in rule for it
You
to,
can't push the chicken.
exactly.
Yeah,
Should we put the chapter number though? 1010 chapter, whatever that applies to.
Oh, yeah, just because that seems like,
Well,
it seems
that's-
like they have to, yeah.
you have to do all of it.
And I don't,
Okay.
Says by airport fighter, NFP airport firefighter.
It is to chapter 16.
I think it's a different, it's like
Chapter 8.
8. Okay. Does that look good?
Go back question
Okay.
for clarification, Brian Woodley for the record. When we indicate DPSST DLO approved task performance evaluation, would DPSST still provide generic documents like they currently do for firefighter? In that sense, for those organizations that do not have existing documents to share with their DLO?
Are we talking about the skill sheets? Is that,
Yeah, so
Where-
like for firefighter one, you're looking at the website, so on firefighter application, task, books,
let me,
you get the firefighter one skill sheets, firefighter two skill sheets. Under task performance evaluations for application for certification for NFPA apparatus driver operator. You have the notice of proposed task performance evaluation form, and then your TP4 form, but you don't have any skill sheets available on the website related to driver. Does that,
yeah, and
would
we,
DPSST create generic documents for folks to go to the website and download to use in lieu of creating their own and calling their DLO and sending them and saying, hey, would you review and approve for our use?
so from my understanding, these are two separate things that
Mhm.
are not related. And I guess that's part of why this is confusing. And the ones for driver, I think they hadn't been updated forever and I think everything was just the same, if I remember correctly. So they were removed from the website to be updated. The skill sheets are, if I'm remembering correctly, not related to task performance evaluations other than they can use these
They can use,
tasks.
yeah, they can use the tasks and they can use them for evaluating a task performance evaluation. But they can also use a TP4, which is what we would, I mean, since that's what we currently have on the website, that's what I would currently suggest is using the TP form as the TP4 form as the evaluation for the task performance
And then you go
evaluation.
based off what your SOPs, SOGs are, and then if they completed the task.
Cause this has
So-
all of the firefighter one skills, and I mean, I guess, yeah, you could use these as the prescribed tasks in place of the, like for each slot on the task performance evaluation. But I think these are all just, this is based on the, NFPA standard. And so people don't have to do these.
No, I understand. I guess what I'm asking is where they currently don't exist for driver and other subsequent certifications in the apparatus standard, would DPSST make available forms similar to these firefighter ones so that organizations could use those in lieu of doing a task book, as opposed to making their own and sending them to the DLOs for approval?
Ryan Dickerson, you also don't forget from the task book, we have 11.3, which has the driver's course in there laid out too, so you can always reference.
If an organization wants to build their own TPE form and send it in with the TP4 here and have their DLO review it and do that, then they have TPEs they can use within their own organization. But the question I'm asking is where they don't currently exist and aren't available, could DPSST draft forms similar to these and make a driver apparatus section for?
I mean, we can, but also I think the purpose of these skill sheets is the TPE 10 is filled out. They send it to their DLO with the skills and the DLO blesses it. And then those skills that are listed in that TPE form that the DLO approved can then be pulled out of these. So there's, let's say 5 skills, you pull those 5 skills out of this 52-page document, you end up with 5 pages to do evaluations on. So, but ultimately, these skill sheets are just pre-filled in information that is the same as the TPE4 form. So it does exist, it's just not all filled in nicely for the fire service. So I would say that we can create those. It's a lot of work for our staff. When it already exists, they just have to fill in the information, essentially.
So before you guys go to all that extra work, is there value to the Oregon Fire Service for organizations that do not have forms readily available?
They have forms, it's a TPE form.
Yeah, Lonnie, I'm Lonnie. Yeah, I agree. The forms are here. The only thing that's different is, I think we're getting the things confused. When it comes to the TPE, you go to the DLO, you say, I want to perform these 6 tasks to be evaluated to be signed off as a driver operator. Your DLO says, yes, I approve these these skills to be used as a DPSST certified TPE test, you're done. They're finding those tasks, they're all inside all of our training records or in our training books. You pull it right out of the driver book. The tasks are in there.
Or the task book. They're also
Or the
already in the
They're
task book.
already there and made up. I think the confusion is that they're not necessarily
An official
laid
form.
out as those individual forms on here, but
Mhm.
I mean, if I pull up my driver training information off my computer, I have those individual tasks are inside my training program already. They're here, they're just put on there as an extra for me.
Okay.
And so I think every department, I mean, if we're using ISTA or fire engineering or whatever, they all provide those task sheets as part of their training.
Brooke, just for everybody's reference, can we pull up the TPE form?
Yes, yeah, sorry. So this is the request form that you would send to your DLO. And this is just the information that we need for that request. And then this is the TP4, which each evaluator fills out. And so my thought, and just going off what Kayla said, we did have something on the website for driver and found that it had just not been outdated. And one of my fears, as diligently as we all work, is that we'll end up in the same situation of having these like way outdated skill sheets just because there's something that's not required, so they get forgotten. So then also to save time, they can just look at their task book and select a task from the task book.
Yeah, well, those would be the task from the TPE 10 that they got approved.
Yeah, but that's what these would be. Does that make sense to everybody rather than trying, and we can put more information in that like FAQ of like, hey, where to pick out your tasks for PPEs. Does that? Okay. FAQ.
No, that makes good sense. Thank you, Brooke, for clarifying the history of the forms in general and going.
Yeah, on a brief note, so lunch, in the cafeteria runs from 11 to 1. I think we're gonna be here for a little longer than, that. So do we wanna kind of think about when we might wanna break for lunch? It's 11:15 now.
On, I'd say, let's go ahead and make a decision on this first, then make a break for lunch.
Great.
You know,
That
we're gonna
sound
be there
good?
much longer.
Any other changes or recommendations for the application for driver?
I do have one more just thing to talk about with this. It's related
Okay.
both to the application and to the task books. So, the previous task force, I believe, made the determination that if you were certified as a pumper, and you completed the pumper task book, or sorry, not the task book, completed your pumper certification, and then you completed your wildland fire, now suppression, task book, or the same goes for mobile water supply, you didn't have to take a formal training class for those levels. You would just have to complete the task book. I believe that was partly related to the fact that there wasn't curriculum readily available. We do have some curriculum for those. So if anybody would like them, I'm happy to send that to you, but it's not an option that a lot of people take up, but I just, for my knowledge, wanted to make sure that if that's something we want to continue to allow, or do we want to make them have a specific class training for each of those levels?
Right, could you read that one? So you're saying
If
you're
you,
your driver,
if you have, well, yeah, so if you'll have your driver, and then you get your pumper certification. In order to be certified as a mobile water supply apparatus or wildland fire apparatus, you can just complete those task books. And then you can be certified,
using the educational component from the driver.
and the pumper.
I have a comment, Brian Woodley, for clarification. I'll just use IFSTA for an example. Their third edition has a specific chapter on mobile water supply drafting, water delivery, and I don't remember which chapter number it is.
I think it's still.
But if the coursework included that chapter, it met the mobile water supply requirements for mobile water supply. If you included that chapter in your pumper operator training course. What I find a lot of times is that the NOCCs or the in-house training does not clearly identify, did you cover that chapter or did you not cover that chapter? Because you essentially could complete pumper operator without covering the chapter in mobile water supply. In-house, we do. We cover it just as one and done, get it out of the way, and that way you've got it covered. How other organizations handle that, I don't know. But one thing in IFSTA that they do not have is they very seldom adequately address the issue of off-road and specifics to wildland apparatus. They talk about different types of apparatus, type 6, type 3, urban interface and things of that nature, but they don't meet all of the requisite knowledge elements perspective, especially of this new task book. And that's not even a chapter that's called out in their current edition that they have. So I'm kind of divided that, yes, historically, it's always been made available for mobile water supply, but it's always been inherently inadequate when it comes to wildland fire apparatus. And that there's always been a hole that needs to be filled in-house on off-road going forward, especially with that. So I don't know if anybody has a similar you or have had similar experience, but if you do, please share.
For Dawson, for the record, a lot of it depends mobile for wildland apparatus. We need to, I think it still needs to be pretty generic because there's such a wide array of wildland apparatus out there, depending on departments. I mean, there are folks operating sixes, heck, there are folks still operating sevens. Folks operating threes. There are threes that are, you know, Ford F-750s with flatbeds. There are threes that are, what do you guys have? I mean, Gladstone, you got that, those heavy brushes. There are threes that have been made by Rosenbauer. I mean, they all operate differently. And they all are gonna perform differently off-road. But the issue is there's not really, and once again, it'll become a logjam. There's not really an off-road class for us to take. There used to be an NWCG one.
216.
Yeah, and it got in it, and I mean, that was 20+ years ago, so that disappeared. You know, I know DPSST is working on one. But
We
let's be,
technically have one. It doesn't necessarily go toward a level
Yeah.
of certification.
but that's the thing is, it just, I mean, it's still you know, kind of in progress, and I would hate for us to logjam folks just because the curriculum ain't there. I mean, a lot of that, once again, comes back to your in-house authority having jurisdiction. You know, is this person capable of driving that type 3 where it needs to go? I can tell you, my folks don't drive that type 3 off gravel road. They don't do it. Because it's gonna get stuck. It is what it is, right? They can take the sixes, knock yourself out. But you know, I mean, so for us, the authority having jurisdiction, we talk about it's type 3. Got 2-wheel drive, go so many places. So, you know, I mean, that's part of that in-house stuff we need to think about. Suppose.
Give Wiggins for the record. So I'm kind of going back to what we were talking about, the being able to combine those things. What I don't want to see is us turn around and say, you know, okay, now mobile water supply is a totally separate class. And now we've got, you know, and I mean, there's a lot of reiteration between the different levels. And that's probably one of the reasons as to made one book now instead of your pump operator, your aerial operator, your whatever. Or so so having, you know, being able to at least have some way of saying, okay, we've covered these common things in your pump operator class. We don't need to make a 32-hour mobile water supply. We can do, because all we're really wanting to focus on is this is a different type of load while you're driving it. You know, a 4-hour class, maybe and some drive time is adequate because they've already done all of this preventative maintenance stuff. They've already done all of the, you know, pump operator stuff in these other classes. So I just don't want to see us sitting there going, well, we have to complete another 32-hour class or another 24-hour class that's not needed.
And it's generally like more agency specific. So, you know, it is an option that people can do that. It's not something that people do too frequently. But I just wanted to make sure for my notes and for the guide that we're still good with continuing that if they've got their pumper certification, if they complete the whichever task book for wildland apparatus or mobile water supply, that we're comfortable with them being certified without an additional class.
I use that all the time. So
We call it differences training in addition to your pumper operator as we do it in-house.
Okay, so that's all that I have for the application. Unless anybody has anything else, otherwise I'll turn it back over to you for discussion and consensus.
20, or Brian will leave for the record, it's 20 after 11. If anybody needs to go back, we can do now. Can break for lunch. Anybody have a preference on time for lunch? Half hour, 45 minutes, an hour?
You want to do this?
We need to
this
move
Oh,
consensus?
sorry, my bad.
No, that's okay.
Ahead of myself. I thought for some reason my mind that we were all good to go on it. So we created changes for, Brooke and DPSST to adopt changes for the current application for driver and the related operator levels, for certification. The chair would like to entertain a motion from the floor. If anyone would like to,
We just need consensus for this, one,
Consensus.
so everybody can just kind of,
okay, do we have a consensus from the members present that our application is solid and we can move it forward? Okay, so moved. Very good.
I move.
perfect. Okay. Now we can do lunch.
Okay, now lunch. It's a little more than, do we want half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour? What's the consensus of the group?
1,200 hours, be back, 38 minutes.
Motion
Is
to
that
be back.
reasonable at the cafeteria?
Yeah, if you go now.
Yeah.
You might avoid lines.
Yeah. Go now and try to be back at
Start around 11:30, so you
noon.
probably.
Noon is the target.
Very good.
Thank you.
Alexa, stop.
Not eat as much on a gravel.
Oh. Figuring that too.
No. I'll wait another month. I don't want to hit the, it'll be hitting the blues at night, and I was like, nah,
Yeah,
I'm worth it.
no, that was, good. That's smart.
If I get the voice here Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just going over the.
It's in May, twice.
Twice.
Yeah, the 4 weeks I'm going to be. For HR meeting.
That's fun.
Yeah. Because now I'm under HR.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all under HR.
Are we fun?
Yeah. Well, 3 days. Monday and Friday, probably.
Do you find it works?
2 hours. Your life, get a direct flight. But I got a day back, teacher class down there. And then that is group dinner.
We're all here?
So it's like, I gotta catch a early flight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Daniel?
Maybe so.
Yep, no problem.
Great. Do we want to go ahead and get started?
You're good.
Everybody here? All right. So the task force that we are back in session at this afternoon. And we'll pick up where we left off. It was the beginning of the driver series task books.
In your books or reference, they start on page 210.
Right, so we have, staff recommendations on changes to the task books. And Brooke will lead us through the recommended changes or the notable changes as provided by the DPSST staff, and we'll go through those task book at a time. Brooke,
Thank you.
take it away.
Yes, and then we can apply this to driver. I forgot to talk about it with the application. The title of driver is a little bit weird in the standard itself. And I just wanted to see if everybody is okay with what we would prefer to do. So normally we just tell it exactly what the standard calls it. But this one, only driver has, I think it's like apparatus and then it's general requirements for driver operator. That's a little bit wordy, maybe not as easy to remember as just driver operator. Does anybody have strong feelings about this either way?
Least amount of, or Brian Woodley for the record, just the least amount of change in the titling conventions is desirable.
Okay. Are we okay with it being called NFPA apparatus? So that follows the, what all the other ones look like, and then just calling it driver operator? Skipping the general requirements? Okay. Cool. Thank you. I will note that. Okay.
A little bit further down the page there, on the front there, where you asked to confirm the completion and accuracy of the task book by signing below. That particular line, anybody have any feelings or thoughts as far as where that might be confused with the department name versus the name below? Because usually by signing above is typically what people
Oh, yeah.
see as far as the signature line goes. So signature of department head or training officer indicating completion of accuracy, completion and accuracy. I don't know if that's a better way of saying the same thing. Or if leaving it like you have it is best. I know what the intent is, because a lot of times it's hard to read people's initials and they don't sign the signature pages and things of that nature. So just trying to make sure that there isn't any question or confusion later down the road when people start downloading the task books for their personnel to start completing as to what the role of the department head or training officer is. When you sign that, you're indicating that it's completed correctly.
Yeah.
So I just looking for comment or discussion from the group as far as how they themselves might perceive or read that, and would it create more or less confusion, leaving it the way it is or moving it down below where it indicates for department head or training officer.
Chris Howard for the record, I think you just did firefighter. I would say, in my opinion, we reference that and mirror it, because if it change, when you go from firefighter to pumper, make it similar across the board, because we all sign them and start them. Sure. But if we start picking around,
This is the firefighter one, so it does show it above,
Okay, then
I know-
let's keep it consistent then.
okay.
can you go back to that real quick? Sorry.
Yeah.
Confirm completion, signing below, okay.
Yeah, and then just who is supposed to be signing this. Okay,
Nope, that's fine.
let me
Great.
fix that then.
Yep.
Okay. Any other thoughts, feelings, strong emotions on this page? Okay.
As there, I don't think he came up last time too in the firefighter one, and just to confirm, when it comes to the task books in general, but now we're talking about the driver.
Mhm.
Is there any timelines from open initiation to completion that should be in consideration when these get rolled out?
Yeah, and maybe I can put, again, I'm never sure where to put this information so that it's not, just stuff that people aren't reading, but where it would actually be helpful. So, structural task books for DPSFT work in relation to when the standard is updated. So if you have a, current driver from 2017 task book open, right now, you would probably have until, let's say, July of 2026 to get that completed. So almost 9 years. There's no set expiration. It's just based on the standard updating.
So long as you're within that update period.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
kind of the.
It's not like NWCG where we have, you have 3 years from specific points to complete that. Yeah, so I can find a place to put that information.
I don't know if it's needed, I just,
Yeah, but I literally was just asked that
I
question
know it's asked a lot.
on the phone, so I know, there's somewhere that information should be. I'm just not sure where.
Next page too.
Yeah, in this,
Yeah.
information about task books
Yeah.
and how to fill it out.
That's a frequently asked question a year.
Is everybody good with that being added to this second page? Um. Okay, and then moving on. Just going over how to evaluate the performance. This is just still from the previous version. I can update this, but this was a picture, so I just need to find a new picture to update these, but I think that everything in here still stands as far as how tasks are
There's one.
evaluated. Is there?
Yeah,
Where is it?
Under the A requisite knowledge, only JPRs that are indented to be signed off in the class as opposed to intended. It's correct in the,
Right there.
right?
All right, you're saying there and I can't see it. Is it in one of these bubbles?
So in the bubble below A. Right.
Below
Right
A.
there. Third word.
Indented. Okay, perfect. That I think we can fix.
And that's in every single one of the task books.
Of course it is. Okay.
However,
Perfect.
indented is probably appropriate for a driver tab.
Although it's not supposed to be.
What is it supposed to say?
Intended.
Intended, okay.
Correct in the bubble above, evaluations intended. to be-
Okay, perfect. So that's page 3.
Good catch.
I never would have caught that, so thank you.
Well, no one has.
Apparently until today, I've never got it.
Okay, any other thoughts, feelings on this? So I'll probably just update this with the newer JPRs and newer signature dates. but it'll have the same general information. Is that, are we comfortable with that? Okay.
It's consistent. Like it.
Let's see, this is, do we want to continue using the signature page?
Yes.
That's how you really feel.
Okay, and then, this is just the starting of the actual task book itself, so we've updated the level of certification the tasks are for. If you do notice, it was hard to keep the consistency of the different names, so if you notice that I got it wrong on any of these, feel free to let me know. Like I think there's missing a here. We did, like we did in the firefighter task books, add this statement that the designation as the department head or training officer does not waive the requirement to be certified in the level being signed off on, or that you're DPSST approved. And we do have now on our website a way for people to apply to be DPSST approved to sign off on tasks for those individuals who have been in the fire service forever and they just don't have a formal certification. They can now could be a content expert as well. Any thoughts about any of that? I just made reference to the specific annex points. Hopefully for ease of reference for everybody. Where?
On B, two.
Number two, the end of number two.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
And before we get too far into this, just so everyone knows who hasn't participated on the task force before, so all of this is just straight from the NFPA standard, so we can't actually change the language in it. So even if NFPA has a typo or something, we.
Yeah.
But hopefully they don't. So, you know, we can't get too far into the weeds on kind of what it says, but we can talk about the check boxes and things like that.
I'll refer back to their website because usually I just copy and paste this directly from the website. So it may be that they didn't have, but I think.
I got, just looking at the 1010, everything in the parenthesis there is not.
I just added it. Okay, yeah. I think I just added these so that people would know exactly where to find that information because they've changed their online system, the books. So depending on how you're reviewing the standard, everything looks a little bit different. And it can be confusing. So just trying to give people as much clarification as possible. So yeah, I think we can probably have that closed.
And then the other part was just where, because it's something you've added is, I think gets a little wordy when it says C annex and NFPA 1010 annex, just removing that part where it says annex in the first spot.
Okay.
And that's,
Just where it
the
says
one-
annex and just have A instead.
I'd remove the, where it says,
Yeah.
the first one, so first C NFPA 1010 annex A 11.2.1, instead of having annex and twice in that statement, so that was
Just
just.
Just the first annex. Okay.
And that's gonna be throughout the,
Okay. I can search for that and remove all the annexes. That's that
I think
extra.
that just reads a little nicer.
Yes, after looking at these 40 or 50 times, everything started to blur together. Okay. Right, anything else anybody noticed? I'll make the changes to those annex duplications.
Anytime. I have a couple things.
Sure.
Kurt Donaldson for the record. All the other task books that we've approved in the last 5 or 6 years, we've gone away from the 3 boxes. These books are an outlier at this point. After we've done the other task forces, instructor is 1 box, firefighter stuff is all 1 box.
The only one I think is technical rescue and maybe investigator, which
Yeah.
those are very specialized, so that makes sense, but.
And if you stick to the letter of doing this properly, you do 3 boxes of this for your driver. You do 3 boxes of it for your pumper operator, so there's 6. If you get mobile water supply, there's 9. If you do wildland operator, there's 12. If you do aerial operator, there's 15. You're doing it 15 times. Throw that out there.
Your seatbelt,
Excuse me?
you put your seatbelt on for driver, and that's like a checkbox.
Right, we're doing it 15 times for the people. You know, so when we were on the instructor task force, it came up, and we asked why that's there. And what we were told by the one person that was still in the room, when we started doing these task books, he said, well, when you do a task performance, you watch 3 times. So we just made it 3 times in the book. Well, yeah, but you're doing it once by 3 people. And you have to do it once perfectly. And that's kind of where the justification has become for us to move away from the 3 boxes. Because we expect them to do it once, they do it perfect. If they don't back in to do alley dock perfect,
You know, some,
they don't sign the task.
Yeah.
You know, how many times do you have to watch them do it perfect? To me, it's consistency. So, I mean, I'm throwing it out there. I would not be at all opposed to us moving away from the 3 boxes.
So, Brian Woodley, Chair, just for point of discussion, if SAC only requires it done once for 1 evaluator.
Okay.
And it has to be done specifically correctly the time that you demonstrate it. Otherwise, it's a fail and a required retest, of which you only get 1 additional shot from a different evaluator. And so I'm not sure how Pro Board is done, but that's how IFSAC is done.
Yeah.
So I would echo Kurt's sentiments on this, that if you're evaluating somebody and given other standards that evaluate even independently, that's how they have been doing evaluations for some time.
Now, with that being said, I'm gonna throw the grenade in the middle of the room and watch everybody scatter. Do we need 7 task books? Why can't we, in Oregon, treat this like we would treat, like NWCG treats boss books? Because there are common tasks for all 7 of these. And then, you fill out the driver stuff at the front. And I would be willing to keep 3 boxes if we did this. You put the driver stuff at the front, right? Then comm stuff is basically, after that, then there's some comm stuff that's universal for all of those. Fill that out once,
The
and
only,
then you just do the section of the book that you need.
so for that, just logistically, because we've always just copied and pasted stuff out of the NFPA standard, so would it look like basically this right here would be, so say this was the communications one, this would be 11.3.2, it would also be 12.3.2, it would also be,
So like here's a good example. Driver, right? So where are we at? Driver requires that you do chapters 4 and 11, right? So this is 11, this is driver. So you go to the next one, which is chapter 12, pumper. It requires 4, 11, and 12. You've already done 4 and 11 as a driver, right? You've already completed that successfully. So really, in theory, all you should have to do is chapter 12.
Sure, I just want to make sure I'm following, so
Yeah.
like,
So like
we would just kind of
at the top.
copy and paste this all
At
together.
the top,
Okay.
this would be like common tasks for, and you just say common tasks for apparatus driver operator, pumper, mobile water supply. That's the header on that section.
To include putting your seatbelt on.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it's in there, I mean, so then that's in there, and this is where 3 boxes make sense, right? Because when I'm running people through stuff, I'm gonna say, okay, well, you know, I've got a mobile water, I've got a tender, I've got a type 1, I'm gonna run them through these things multiple times. And then you only have to do it one time.
Mhm.
Because right now, because let's be honest, what we're seeing now, what a lot of us are seeing, is people are pencil whipping it. You know, and we just talked about it. Well, you know, they just went through the driver class, so, you know, if they did that part of the mobile water supply book, there we go, that's done. Well, I mean, I think it would give us more validity, especially if we modeled after that task book for the NWCG, the bosses, you know, so there's the common cast for all the bosses, right? Then you have engine boss, and you've got crew boss, and you got
Firing boss.
yeah, you know, those are separate. Those are unique tasks for that boss, but you don't have to redo all the common tasks every time you go for a different boss, and you just keep the task book open. It just stays there. So yeah, I got my task book for, you know, for all my common stuff done, so now I'm working on my engine boss, and I'm working on my crew boss, and I'm working on my firing boss. I mean, it's the same book, we're just, you know, and then for you guys, there's not 7 books to track on your website. And we're not tracking 7 books in people's files, we're tracking 8 books
Mhm.
in people's files.
So it would be set up where they would have, the driver would be the first one. They'd have to complete that in order to move on to any further.
Right, and then the next section would be the communication section, because that's not part of driver anymore, right?
Well, this is the part with the common tasks is I don't exactly know how to set that up because, well, do you
There's some
get
questions over
what
here,
I'm
too.
saying? Sorry.
They
Go
might have
ahead.
some other.
Chris Howard for the record, I'm just gonna throw it out, might be the minority. I think we need to tackle one thing at a time. The task book is what we're looking at now. I read in your face, I'm revamping the whole thing. I think that's a separate. We're talking about this task book and the boxes currently, right?
I think it's all one, I think it's all one thing.
Okay, I'll comment on the 3 boxes, I guess, is where I'm at. Reflecting back to previous, and I get some of the changes with, instructor 1. On that, for me, instructor 1 is do the course, sign it off once. I'm good with that. I have some hesitation of going to 1 box on these. A task performance is a once that's evaluated by 3 people, and you, in front of the jury, if you will, once and you're done. On the task book, for me, it sets and reps. Understand if that's the minimum, AHJ can go above and beyond. This is a pretty good document to use to go through that. The seatbelt example, maybe we'll look at those specifically and rein some of those in. But for instance, the, you know, alley dock or whatever, a guy goes out there once and gets lucky and is done with 1 apparatus. For us, and I actually showed our DLO, we broke them into AHJ having to go out with a different apparatus. For example, for aerial, we go out with the brand new one that pretty much sets itself up. Well, I don't want to overlook the 20-year-old one that's got a lot of mechanical stuff to it. So that being built in the task book has helped us with some checks and balances and increase that requirement for sets and reps on a task book. I don't disagree. If you're going to go down the TPE once in front of the jury, I'm totally good. And again, I might be the minority, but I think if there's redundant seatbelt stuff, I'm not opposed to individually looking at that, but whether it's, I don't know, we've all been in the fire service a while. You go out and get a draft once in a sterile scenario, great, but if you go to a different environment, et cetera, what rural is your focus? I see the value in sets and reps. And again, I get it. We can increase that requirement for the agency, but remembering back to the previous, it's not just because I was a part of it. I remember this discussion then of is it redundant, et cetera, and that's where we made the delineation. In that era, yes, it was task forces beyond us, but I'm looking at kind of a separation between, I would think firefighter 1, you would want the sets and reps built into task book.
It's not.
It's not. Yeah, and I'm not saying right or wrong, we're here with this one, and yes, as much as I lean towards consistency, I have some concern about streamlining that, and you talked about pencil whipping. I'll admit, if there's 3 boxes and he comes out and does 3 pretty proficient evolutions, no problem. If he comes out to do the seatbelt thing, I can have a conversation, a visual and a test, or, mix it up a little bit to get over the being able to sleep at night of pencil whipping 3 boxes for seatbelt, but serpentine, I want him to do it 3 times and see that he can do it. So that's my 2
And-
cents on the 3 boxes.
And just to that point, we can, it doesn't have to be 1 or 3 on all of them. Some of them can be 1, the seatbelt one can be 1, the serpentine one can be 3. So we can go that route. So that is a possibility, and I will get back to your point, Kurt.
It could also be that we don't have to, well, we could either not have the entire driver task book inside of every other task book.
That's the other point.
Or it could be that the driver task just has 1 and then the other one has 1, so it's just being done, I don't know, 10 times versus 30. So we can adjust those boxes.
And Chris, to your point, since we're on this seatbelt example, which seems kind of silly, but a seatbelt in a staff car versus a seatbelt with turnouts in a ladder truck is 2 different things. And I'm not saying we should be able to figure out the seatbelt, but obviously there's a reason it's in there. So just, not to totally ignore it and, seatbelt monitoring systems, figuring them out, etc.
Lon, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, Lon, for the reference, I agree with the not having 3. I don't necessarily agree with having them all combined like the wildland, only because if what you're saying is that they do the driver operator in a pickup truck, they're okay for the engine. So that's the only thing I don't agree with, is they should do a task book for each type of apparatus, engine, tender, and so forth. And maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but that's what I heard you say, is that they did a driver operator, they passed it with a pickup truck, they didn't have to redo that same section. And I think it's important that they do the cone course in a different size apparatus. But I do agree that one task book, every one of us, it's HJ. If we don't agree with the one task, we're gonna make our guys do it more for our own. But if we have set a standard for DPS issuing certification, it says they have to at least meet this, I think it's more than appropriate. If we as an HJ decide we want to be more stringent, then we can do it. We don't have to approve them for certification just because it doesn't have 3 boxes on it. And some departments how hard is it for some departments to get out there and do even one of these trainings? Then to go around and do it a 3rd time, some of these departments. Is 1 enough for a standard? And every department looks at, do we meet the standard or do we go above the standard?
Brian Woodley, for the record, I can agree with your comment about different size of vehicles, even a conventional versus a cab over front axle presents its own series of challenges with respect to cone course and serpentines and even a and it's set up on a single or a dual axle. The seat belt, I forgot who it was that had mentioned about seat belt versus firefighter versus driver. And the difference is, to me, those red seat belts and all those apparatuses are all the exact same seat belt and the same kind of seat that we sit in. I'm not going to go as far as to say, is that left over right or right over left, as far as how it's inserted into the buckle. Yeah, I'm not gonna go to that level of detail, but I've gotten to the point in my organization where people have been seatbelted to death. That they're having to fill out task books that they put the seatbelt on, not only as a firefighter, but as a driver and a pumper operator, and now they're getting their mobile water supply, just to his point. They put the seatbelt on over 15 or 20 times now just to get a checkbox done. And by Oregon law, you're going to wear that seatbelt, and a lot of departments adopt policy that says you will wear a seatbelt every time you get in a vehicle. And under no circumstances, unless you're intubating a patient, are you going to take that seatbelt off?
Mhm.
And that's the end of it. And so the 3 text boxes for a seatbelt, for example, I can get behind that. And there's a few others in there I could probably easily get behind for a single box. That, I mean, we have grown beyond. I remember the day that the stickers came out for Everyone Goes Home campaign. I remember putting those on all of our apparatus on the dash. And accidents related to not wearing your seatbelt or injuries not received as a result of wearing your seatbelt has drastically reduced in probably the last 10 to 15 years. And I mean, the fire service inherently in and of itself is its own worst enemy when it comes to change, but we've come milestones with just wearing the seatbelt. And so that's great. And I think to Kurt's point, there is some validity to that opportunity with consolidating some of these, especially where the language is exactly identical. Yes, the type of truck does change. Yes, the steering axle does change. Yes, the tandem in the rear might change. And those should probably be individually handled by maybe the HJ. But generally speaking, I think there's room for opportunity here that we take a look at.
On to the record, I do agree with what you're saying. I just don't think we have to be really careful what we choose moves on. And to me, the cone course is something that should be in each one. But I agree, chapter 4 with communications and seatbelt and all that. Yeah, if it gets done once, it should be the same.
Clicking the radio,
Right.
clicks the same on all my trucks.
But I think for me, I believe the cone course needs to be done on every truck. But I can understand the chapter 4. Yeah, you get it, if you have your driver operator, chapter 4, it covers driver operators through the whole thing.
Ryan,
Yeah, Ryan Dickerson. No, looking and listening to both Kurt and Chris, I think in consistency, I think I'm almost leaning to the side of the one box, because if we actually look at something I'm seeing often in task books, if you look at the beginning on how to evaluate performances with those 3 boxes, the idea behind those boxes is it should be accomplished during 3 separate dates, right? So oftentimes, you know, this department to set up this cone course or the driver's course takes some work. But technically, we do this, it needs to be done over 3 different days. How realistic, if we can get the reps done in one day when it's set up and do multiple reps. If we put it all in one day, we're not really following the intent of those 3 different boxes by doing 3 different checks on one day. So are we actually following the intent by having 3 boxes and just putting the same date on all those boxes? Not really. So simplify it, get the reps in to where the person is proficient and can do it right, and not sign that off until that one box is done correctly, because 3 boxes, it's gonna take, we're requiring 3 different days, which not the end of the world, but could be a lot of extra work for departments to set that up.
Yeah, especially if you don't own the property. You're renting it.
Kevin Smith, for the record, I kind of see both sides of this too, and I really like, I kind of like the 3 boxes. If we label them as the different certifications, right? So if you were doing driver, you check off just the 1 box. If you're doing pumper operator, that's the 2nd box. Aerial operator would be the 3rd box, because they're preventing maintenance on those 3 type of vehicles could be totally different.
You know, that actually is a really good idea. It wouldn't take a lot of work on those to put in a box labeled for each one of those certs. That'd be, I mean, you'd have 7 boxes.
Right.
And obviously you would never, some people would never fill out some of it. I don't have a tiller. I'm not gonna fill out a tiller.
Right.
I don't fully know
Have a
if
name
I
above
can
the
picture
box.
how to do that. Kayla, do you?
I have
follow?
some ideas. It's probably not gonna happen here in front of everyone.
Yeah, like that would just, it would be a major
It would be
formatting change and.
Really painful for everyone to watch us try to do that, but I mean, I do understand what you're saying, and we can probably model it somewhat after the WCG task books,
Okay.
but yeah, something to consider, yeah.
So Dave Wiggins for the record. Kind of hitting middle ground is, you know, even if we kept everything, you know, do 1 box, keep all the different task books. But on some of those things, like the communications that is required under your firefighter one and under your pumper and your wildland and your having a box, that is, this person has already met these requirements via these certifications. We can sign it once, skip over that section. Yes, it would still leave the 7 different task books, but at least we can sit there, because that's, the intent is that they learned it when everything was, you had to be a firefighter one to become anything beyond driver. You had already done that stuff because you had done it through the adding of it to the task book was because now we're saying, hey, we've got, my agency is a perfect example of that. I'm not gonna get anybody to the firefighter one level. We're an exterior agency, I'm really excited about the support person level. But I do need to have qualified pump operators because we are still doing all that stuff. And so I'm glad that the firefighter one has been removed because I can actually do the certification. But repeating those same tasks like those doesn't make sense. And then I'd be fine also with just going to one time, for every single piece of apparatus. So you do it once in your engine, you do it once in your tender, you do it once. At my agency, I require, the only thing that I allow to count is like if you're, if you do it in a medic, then it counts for all 3 of our ambulances. But if you're doing it in engine 481, you also have to do it on engine 486 and engine 488 because they're different.
So laundry record, I actually brought this up with Brooke earlier today about, I just pick on the communications. I require all my engineers or my AOs to be firefighter one to be on an engine. If they've had the communications class in 2000, then in 2022, I'm gonna write down, they had the communications class in 2000. And she said that would be acceptable because I met the standard. So.
As long as it still meets the standard,
As long as it meets the standard, I
yeah.
was just throwing numbers out there,
Yeah.
but as long as they meet the standards, they don't have to bring to the class, we can use a previous date, just plug it in.
But not necessarily, a lot of these are in the task book as well. To redo the things in the task book. That's what I'm focusing on just the task book at this point. Usually we talk about those things during the class anyways. So, if we're hitting all the standards within the curriculum, in the class, the training part, that's all taken care of. I don't want to sit there and go, well, you can't be your pump operator because you haven't answered the phone 3 times yet. Okay. Because you're a volunteer and we're.
As far as how to move through this, since admittedly I'm still a little bit unsure how to go about making this one task book, but I think no, it's fine. I'm sure it can be done. I just want to make sure that it's just a big format change. Do we want to go through and determine the number of check boxes in the driver standard right now? And then but then I think we need to determine, do we still want the entire driver task book to be a part of all the others? I know there's still also this discussion of having one task book, in which case, in that theory, you wouldn't have a driver task book in every other one. It would be the same as just completing, your firefighter one and then your firefighter two. So if we change the format of our tasks, we're not gonna have the 7 task books of driver like we do now. Does that make sense? So I think probably discussing how many checkboxes we have, and then also that determination of, do we want to have driver over and over again, or do we want to just have it once?
So, Brian Woodley, for the record, does that preclude us from being able to offer a conditional need? For example, like when I responded to Lon's issue with the apparatus, a conventional axle versus a caliber axle versus single versus a tandem axle. if your apparatus has significant differences, including but not limited to conventional versus cab over or single versus tandem, it's advised that you complete this driver section with this certification. And let the authority having jurisdiction use that as their advisement. Oh, yeah, my pickup truck is different than my fire engine in that it does have a tandem axle and it is significantly larger. Yes, please go through the cone course 1, 2, 3 more times. As the individual authority having jurisdiction.
I think the agencies at this point could already decide to do that. I mean, they could have their firefighters go through driver 10 times if they wanted
Sure, they want
to.
to, but when you're building out this idea with the single task book, you could incorporate that and say, do this if this, or choose not to, but as an advisement.
How many if thises are there gonna be? That's the part that I don't know. Which,
Wouldn't necessarily be more than, on that particular topic, it wouldn't be more than 7.
Well, what? Can't really want to say this. What if? I know, because I don't want to create a ton of work.
short circuiting.
I am a little. I don't want to create a ton of work for. I understand what people are saying about the 3 boxes in driver. What if the compromise is we drop to 1 and all the other ones? Right? And we keep it in there. And that makes sense to me, right? So when I run my folks through driver, I take them to the phone course. They go through once in a command vehicle. I send them once through in a dual axle tender. I send them once through in a cab over. But I mean, I just do that. That's just what we do. Single axle cab over. That's what we do, right? There's their 3 things for a driver, right? That doesn't mean that they're gonna go out tomorrow and start responding code 3, all that kind of stuff. They still have to do on-road skills. They still have to do all that other stuff. That's why I do my in-house, because I'm the authority having jurisdiction. And then once they get this, and then we move on to pumper, we still have this in here, but it's only 1 box, right? And they just have to do it perfect, because in theory, they've already perfected the skill in driver. Right? They just have to show that they've done it perfect once. I just want us, because I just want us to get to a point where there's consistency for everybody, because right now I don't see it. When I go out, and I bet you I'm not the only DLO that sees it too, but when I go out, I mean, how many of us have seen this, like, on the page? Driver, right, and the date. I've seen it.
Mhm.
I know you've seen it. I know you've seen it. We all see it. It's there, and that's not the intent of the book. If we're gonna do it, the book has to have intent, and it has to have meaning, and it has to be valid. And I'm willing to compromise. I was just throwing out an idea.
Also, that's kind of still assuming that we even want the driver task book in the front of every single task book. Maybe it might be a little bit, somewhat of a moot point if we end up removing. So the intent of the last task force, Chris said it earlier, was, make sure that people who are, whether they're being certified in driver and then pumper immediately, or if they've waited 5 years and their department wants to put them through driver again, essentially, in task book. So, so maybe before we determine how many check boxes there are, do you all want everyone to go through that driver task book every single time for every level of certification?
So, long draw for a clarification question, from DLOs in the room. Somebody applies for driver operator. They're taking a driver operator because they've driven a pickup truck, a tender, an engine, everything separate, or is it just like I do, my guys, they go through and drive the squad. And they're signed off as a driver operator. In order to get on the engine, they have to go through and do the entire driver's course on an engine that we supply. So I understand what you're saying. If they do the driver operator and you run them through all of your pieces of equipment during that, then it makes sense that they don't have to do it again. But for our departments that do them individually, then I think they do need to be in each one. Yeah. I think that unfortunately comes back to how we decide how is the task being completed. Is it every single apparatus in your station as a driver operator, or is it just smallest piece of equipment and the more specialized is separate? This is clarification from my perspective.
Gabe Williams for the record. I like the idea of leaving the, as much as I hate the golf course, I'll preface that. There are benefits to it, and I understand, but I still hate it. I think every, if you need to be able to do that in every piece of apparatus. And, so I would say, let's keep it at the front of every task book. But I'd also say, I think it's time to drop all these things down to a single box. And then, I have an idea for so for the communication section, or some of these other things that are, like preventative maintenance on an aerial is different than a pumper, is different than your squad. Those things shouldn't be done once, they need to be done for each time. But like we've kind of hit on the communications several times. If you've done it through either your firefighter one, your wildland, mobile water supply, you should just kind of skip over that. So I would suggest that we put a box that said, applicant has completed 12.2, be a certification as NFPA firefighter one, mobile water supply operator, or wildland apparatus operators. And then in chapter 14 or whatever, 15, when it gets wildland, it would say firefighter, pumper, mobile water supply. And just add a single box right next to the 12.2, 14.2, I don't remember all the numbers now, but I'm just looking at the pumper one, that's why it's 12. And then that way they only have to do those sections once, but there's a documented thing, instead of just, scratch the whole page and write on it. There's an actual box and it shows that this is appropriate to do that. So we don't need to repeat these tasks 8 times.
Okay, so just to catch up, we really need to make a decision about keeping these tasks?
Keep the task, drop into one box.
Is everybody in consensus with that?
Yes.
I got one more quick question on this, just as
Yeah.
a clarification, Kevin Smith. On the date initiated, if we are putting dates that are prior to the initiation of the, say you do your pumper, right? And you're signing off stuff as driver from the driver's portion, and it's before the date initiation of the task book. What's DPS's thought on that?
Well,
Do you follow?
so there's this data initiated thing. So if they're doing the driver tasks because they already did the driver tasks, that's gonna be before they're doing the pumper tasks. So it's gonna be before the date that they technically initiated
Oh.
their pumper
Oh, I see.
stuff. I
know
don't
we're
think
huge sticklers about that. We're not quite as obviously as strict as in WCG, because since we really don't have any
Set
hard and
rules
set rule about initiating and when you have to close a task book. So,
Oh, because you can do the classroom portion in WCG. And then from the
Yeah.
date of opening your task book, you have 3 years to complete it.
And 310-1 says that if it expires, the authority having jurisdiction can transfer to it.
Right.
Sure.
So why should you bother?
Because there's.
Yeah.
So,
Well, because they try to, I'm going to Columbia, they've been trying to push people to get these things done. I don't know about any other organizations, I can only speak for mine and my previous ones, you got a year. If you're trying to accomplish getting people in a driver or whatever certification you're trying to do, these people should be actively working on their task book, whether they be volunteer or paid. So the 3-year time limit, they're just pushing people to get it done, so they don't just have the task book open, like, you know,
Yeah,
the completion.
I'm Kevin Smith, for the record. I've talked with BLM people and for years, even for some of their people, you get like Engine Boss, just pushing it. Because they don't get the fires, they don't get the tasks done, signed off in that time frame. So
They don't get the
they
opportunity.
don't get the opportunities, right? And so you get a small volunteer department. They definitely don't get those opportunities in that 3 years. So
Yeah.
that's a whole nother.
But we don't, yeah, I mean, thankfully this is driver and we'd have more opportunities, I think, with this. But, okay, so, just to reiterate, we want to keep the driver tasks in all of the task books. We want to drop the driver tasks down to one box, wherever it is 3. For also the initial driver task book, or for just the extra,
I would say all of it.
all of them?
All of it.
Okay,
Consistent.
So I will say too, if we are repeating the driver task book and all of the other task books, unfortunately, Kurt, I think that means that your suggestion is no longer really valid to make one task book. Because.
unless it'll be
There's a
100
lot of-
pages long.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. Okay,
I
sorry.
mean, I understand.
With that in mind,
In 5 years,
though,
I'll be back saying the same thing.
yeah, I can, and knowing that now, I can try and wrap my head around that.
Well,
And
What we'll do next time, I'll just come with it already mocked up next time.
Oh. that's what I was saying, I could do that. But you didn't share your idea with me in time, Kurt. Okay, so now we'll remove the extra 2 boxes for every level. This is the pumper. Okay, so are we, to rewind just a little bit, are we good with the driver task book? With the change of removing 2 of the tasks wherever there's 3. And the changes of extra annexes being removed.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then pumper, looks like we skip past chapter 11 and get into 12. Do we want to have the 3 boxes, or are we wanting to drop those also down to 1?
I think we have this, for me, I'd see the same changes across every task book.
Okay, so all tasks that are at 3 will go down to 1.
Yeah.
If everyone,
But you're doing them, if we're gonna have a task for each one, you're doing them how many times?
The only where I'm, would be concerned is like supplying water from your different agencies. But if you are an agency that never drafts, doesn't even carry draft tubes, why should you have to worry about it? But, making sure that we're hitting a pressurized source, if we operate, there's agencies in here that probably don't have hydrants in their communities, so. And they're definitely out there, so why worry about a pressurized source if you don't operate off hydrants, but you only draft, or vice versa, so.
Daniel, you had something?
I was gonna, Daniel Shaw for the record, agree on the dropping it to 1 box.
Okay, thank
For
you.
all task books, period.
And Lon,
Just kind of case in point, I still think a lot of this comes back to us. Requisite knowledge, our requisite skills, that's all our practice. We can do that 50 times.
Yeah.
But the one checkbox is, hey, yes, they've completed, they've met our standard, they're good to go. So even with the drafting and stuff, even if they go from their district to do a draft, at least we're saying if we send them out of district to another place and to help hop on another truck or something, they can still do the job. Is that? So that plus they come to my station and they don't do drafting, they come to your station and have to draft. I've already signed them off. Did they meet that standard for you? I think having it in there is good. But just one, I think like we stated.
So on that one, she's got it up there right now. So give it 12.4.3, connect to a water supply. but it can be any of those things. So, you know, at my agency, there's 3 boxes. One is a draft, one is a relay, one is a hydrant. But
And we can still do all that.
yeah, we can do that as agencies, and that's, I mean, I would continue to do that, but, so.
In the spirit of time, are there any other things that anybody has noticed? Do we want to go individually through each task book? Are there any things that anybody,
How about the communication sections of those other task force?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we brought it up. It's not in this one, because this is what driver?
this is pumper now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The communication section, so that's in a bunch of things. How many times do we need the people to perform that firefighter 1 level, or, and now realistically, support level firefighter skill? And if they already have those, do they need to show it again?
So what we have done in the past, and we can do this or not, I think there's one task book where we have a box, and then under the box, we say, or this person has completed this task.
Somewhere else?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Fire investigation, I know the fire investigation task book has a lot of those.
Okay.
Because it's do this 3 times or
Mhm.
go to the 6-day school.
That's right, yeah, so we could say,
There might be some other ones that have it, I just don't.
no, you're right, that's the one I was trying to think of where we did that, so we could do something like that, obviously it wouldn't be a 6-day school for, a communications task, but,
So what are the
I just kind of
specific,
drew up my book. Got it as a suggestion on it, and next to the 12.2, just adding a book, a single box that, you know, we can sign that, and then takes care of everything under 12.2. Because, and then it would just reference, they are already certified at these levels, which have this communication.
and we want to do this for communications for every single level?
I think what his purpose